greetings. Right? I also bring you greetings from ABBA Foundation. ABBA is a built environment research foundation that I co-founded. And what we actually do with ABBA is we do research, we build research capacity, and we do advocacy in the built environment, right? So I bring you greetings from ABBA Foundation also. Let me say a big thank you to the chairman for this morning's session, and to the chairman for the conference and the organizing committee for the invitation to speak at this conference. My association with ACA and Cedric is one that dates back to the very first conference. So it's been like 13 years of, working, collaborating with ACA and Cedric, and I'm excited to once again have the opportunity to share my thoughts with you, right? I see I can relate with a few of the reactions, those looking at the program. And so you'd have seen that I have been asked to speak on something different from what you are supposed to be seeing on the slides now. So the guys are controlling the slides, if you can share my slides. But I'll say a thing or two about why I decided to deviate. And I hope that you would, accept my justification for the deviation. Right? Great. Yes, I think keeping with the tradition, this year's conference also gives us a team that allows us to continue the dialogue, the discussions on Africa's development. So this year we are looking at inclusive and equitable quality education and lifelong learning opportunities for researchers, right? Like I said, this offers us another excellent opportunity to keep the conversation going. But I was struck by the sub-team 3 and then 4, if you have access to that. I was struck by it because I sent it to some students a few days ago. And then I wanted to look at it again myself. And I noticed that sub-team 3 talks about affordable and quality technical, vocational, and tertiary education, including university. Then 4 talks about increasing the number of youth maybe change the mic, and are we good? We're good. All right, yes. So the sub-team 4 talks about substantially increasing the number of youth and adults with relevant skills, right, including Tvucc skills for employment, decent work, and entrepreneurship. And this resonated with a number of the things I've been thinking about lately. So I spoke to Professor Bamfueje that I wanted to talk about this digital and computational thinking skills for Tvucc students. And so that I will not be talking about predatory academic practices in my conversation today. But at the end of this presentation, I'll leave my email address there. I'm sure some of you will be interested in engaging further on that particular thing. I think it's important that as academics, we keep an eye on that so we can engage. You can write me a mail, and I'll be happy to share material with you on that, right? But I want us to have a conversation this morning on this digital and computational thinking skills for our Tvucc students. I share a few of my thoughts with you on this. And Professor Chair, forgive me if this is not going to be the typical, well-written speech or address. I'm just going to be sharing thoughts that have been playing around in my head for a while, which I think should be part of the conversation in this conference. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to just share with you a bit of information around youth unemployment. Then I would look at what is happening across a number of our countries in Africa where we're using Tvucc as the response to address youth unemployment. But the meat of my conversation will be to situate this thing of digital and computational thinking skills as really very important in the way we should be training our Tvucc students. And so the target should be training students who would come out with these skills, which I think are relevant for, fitting into the job space now, right? So that's what I'm going to do. So we'll quickly look at youth unemployment. If you can go on to the next one. Yes, I'm sure this is not anything new, or it's not news to any of us here. High youth unemployment is something we are all aware of. And they say in the global south now, this has become a national security threat. So there's no kidding around the issue of youth unemployment, right? Globally, you have about 621 million young people without education, without employment, and actually without training. That's a huge number. But for me, what is even frightening is the next point there. We're told that over 90% of these people actually reside in developing countries, reside in places like Africa. And that's a big, big issue. If you look at what is reported of Ghana, we're told that about 50% of Ghanaian youth are either unemployed or actually underemployed. The World Bank goes on to tell us that in Africa, the youth constitutes 60% of the jobless. And if they match that against joblessness in adults, they're telling us that the youth numbers are actually double what we find, or even more than double what we find with the adult unemployment figures. So there's a big problem here with youth unemployment. If you put a lens on what is happening with the females, then it's even worse. You find that in many professions, there's still gender segregation. And this is something that contributes not only to unequal options for individuals, but also an issue of discrimination and really overt exclusion. So there is that problem with the female. The statistics will tell you that, for construction, where I am very comfortable with, that is where I operate, we have a very small percentage of those involved in the chain actually being females. You see the statistics there, 9% to 13%. And that is lower than the, national or the global average. And that's a problem. A lot has been done on that front, but really what I have seen from a lot of the reading is we are still not making any serious inroads there, right? Globally, it's also not a good picture. You could see from the US that in 2018, when they collected the numbers, it was just about 9.9% females in construction for US. It was 12.5% for UK, and then 12% for Australia. So again, on that front, we are not doing well globally. Because I'm comfortable with construction, I want to quickly position construction as perhaps an area where we can actually change this narrative, right? And if you look at what the IFC, the International Finance Corporation, reported on Ghana's construction industry, they projected that this is an industry that will grow to a point where it would contribute around $683 million to the country's GDP. And this is ranking us 8th in Africa. Right, so it means that we have about 7 other countries that have an industry that is actually way bigger than what we see in Ghana. But this presents a very significant part of the economy of any country, right? If you look at the projected, growth for infrastructure needs, there's a lot that we would have to do with housing, roads, all forms of infrastructure. And the projection is that there's going to be a lot of growth in the area of residential housing, single-story, simple structures. In the area of, housing or, institutional buildings for schools, hospitals, and the rest. So there's a lot of work in that side. But what the challenge has always been, and the contractors tell us this all the time, the challenge has been finding the youth with the requisite skills to match the job needs. That's been the problem. So our joblessness for the youth could really be seen as a problem of there is actually work, but it appears like our youth are not fit for the work out there. And I'm using construction as the case here. There's a lot of work in construction, but perhaps we are not finding the youth with the requisite skills to actually take up that work. Again, if you look at Africa, our infrastructure, if you look at technological development, industrialization, take it or leave it, we are far behind. I've been reading a few things on social media where you have some people from the continent make the point that we don't project the good side of our continent. We have beautiful cities with skyscrapers in Abuja and the rest, but we are not showing that. Yes, that's true. We have some beautiful cities. But the truth is, if you travel across the globe, you would see that we are way behind when it comes to industrialization and then infrastructure development and technology, development. We are way behind. In a recent past, maybe a decade or so ago, what I have seen from the literature is that the attempt to deal with youth unemployment and joblessness and the rest, was situated in this thing of getting apprentice masters to train these youths who were out of school, to offer them apprenticeship training, and with that fill the skill gap that we have. That used to be the approach. But I think recent literature is pointing to the fact that a number of governments are beginning to shift to a more formal way of training the youth in skills for technical and vocational engagement. So there's a lot going on the Tvucc front when you look at countries across Africa. And I think that is good. I see it as a good response to the need for us to build capacity of our youth. So Tvucc, for me, it's the way to go. Basically, Tvucc, you're looking at education that is pivoted around technical competencies and applications, right? And if you look at UNESCO's report, it's an array of, skills we are talking about here, an array of, areas we are talking about here, from technical to vocational trades, right? But the figures from sub-Saharan Africa points to just 3 to 4% of secondary school age youth enrolled in Tvucc. 3 to 4%. And if you compare this to the global average of 14%, then we're not doing well, even though there seems to be the narration that we are focused on Tvucc now. We're still not doing well. Mauritius gives us a good case where we're doing like 15% enrollment. That's good. Ethiopia gives us a very sad picture. 1% enrollment. And if you look at in the east of Africa, you find technical and vocational education and training enrollment actually just estimated to be between 1.5 and 2.5% of the youth that are actually of secondary school going age. So it's not looking good, even though there is that conversation of this is the way to go. Again, I like to put a lens on, when it's got to do with females in this conversation. You find that only 30% of students in STEM fields of Tvucc in Africa are actually female. Just 30%. And in Rwanda, and Ghana. It has been reported to be around 28 for Rwanda and 30% for Ghana. That is females in technical and vocational education and training. When you also put a lens on funding, I mean, we put our money where our mouth is. So if we think this is important, then of course we'll put our monies there. But if you look at the situation with funding, technical schools in Kenya, for instance, received about 20% less funding than universities did, even though there's a huge, demand from that side. Public funding for technical and vocational training in Africa as a percentage of our education spending is just hovering between 5 and 10%. And again, I like to compare this to what's going on elsewhere. And if you look at for OECD countries, they are doing between 20 to 25%. So again, we are only paying, in a way, lip service to this thing of, Tvucc is the way to go, right? But what are we seeing? We're seeing that graduate unemployment rates are high in Africa despite skills shortages due to skill-job mismatch. That is the picture. You scan through the literature, and for me, that is the summary of what I see in the literature. There is that situation of youth unemployment just because the skills we have out there are not matching the jobs that are out there. Tvucc education and apprenticeship are important training modes, especially for the youth. So formal Tvucc education, apprenticeship, they're very important for the youth if they would be equipped enough to get decent work and go into employment that can secure their livelihood, right? But the thing I see with apprenticeship is that, again, we have a case where the master apprentice, a lot of those who are providing that service, are actually lacking a lot of the theoretical background needed to do this and do it well, and also have issues with funding. So they're doing something, but they can do better if they knew better themselves. And then they could do better if they had the requisite resources to do that. So I'd use Ghana as an example here. There is that admission. For me, that is what I see in the shift in policy. You can see that there is an attempt to expand Tvucc education, access to Tvucc education. So you find the Ministry of Education has actually included 139 Tvucc schools in the free senior high school program. And this is in addition to 47 that already existed. So that, for me, is a bold attempt to expand access to formal, training when it comes to Tvucc. A fantastic move for me. Although Tvucc is recognized as an important subsector for attaining industry development in any country, and in Ghana as well, you would find that the problem for me is what I've highlighted there. The training content of some levels is actually outdated. And then you find that the quality of even the teaching and the learning continuously is declining, even though we are making some advancements in terms of investment in that. I've been having conversations with people involved in that space, and this is what I hear. We are trying to help, providing some funding, but really the quality of the teaching and learning now cannot be compared to what used to exist in the past. And that is something we need to look at. We need to begin to shift the discourse to not just expanding access, but looking at the quality of what is going on at the institutions, right? People with the requisite scientific and technological education and technical skills can create wealth and build a community that can attain economic prosperity and growth. That is true. So we need to look at what we're doing about that. And this is where I want to throw into the conversation the issue of we focusing on digital and computational thinking skills. I'll share with you a few things around what's going on around the globe, and perhaps the need for us to quickly jump onto the, if you like, the train and not be left behind. I'll share with you a few things from what I've been looking at in the literature. And at this point, I want to credit my research assistants and teaching assistants for, doing the reading for me. We've read a number of articles just to get a big picture of what is going on globally, right? Because I've been asking the questions, and I've not been getting the answers, and so we've decided to look for the answers ourselves, and we've seen a lot. This whole thing around computational thinking skills, right? If you like, in a very simple way, this is about, skills for solving real problems. Skills that try to basically go through some principles of decomposition of the problem, pattern recognition, abstraction, and algorithm building. It's a very simple but powerful skill or set of skills to acquire. And what that would do for students, Tvucc students, is that it will build their confidence to be able to actually systematically look at problems, look for solutions to these problems in a manner that allows for them to take advantage of all the technology we have around. So it's a smart thing to look at. If you look at some of the statistics out there, we are told from a survey that was done in 2019, surveying 500 vocational teachers. It was found that 69% believe that computational thinking skills are important for students' success. However, only 21% felt that they were actually well equipped to offer the students this. So you see the picture there. There is some, appreciation of what this can do to the students, but there's an admission of the lack of even the capacity to do that. If you look at the report from OECD in 2020, they found that computational thinking concepts were good to address the vocational and technical training issues, and that they found that only 15% of the 28 participating countries actually were moving in that direction, were doing something that reflected what they believed in, right? When it comes to technology, when it comes to digital technology, you find all these things around extended reality technologies like the virtual reality, the augmented reality, the mixed reality. All of that is being seen to transform technical and vocational training globally. But the point is that we see good pictures around, but if you look within, and I mean Africa, I'm not seeing the same level of, attraction in this sense, right? 76% of STEM undergraduates feel that their programs didn't fully prepare them for data or digital aspect of their future work. A whopping 76%. Now, if you look at South Korea, for instance, it has been reported that over 20% of South Korean vocational colleges have actually introduced VR, virtual reality programs. That's South Korea. Right? If you look at the US, for instance, it's been reported that 28% of US colleges and universities have started piloting programs or looking at some limited application of augmented reality and virtual reality in their teaching. So you see what's going on in South Korea, what's going on in the US, for instance. If you look in Europe, we are told that 45% of teachers have experience using AR, 30% have worked with VR, 25% have utilized MR technologies in their technical and vocational institutions. I'm referring to Tvucc institutions. And among the students that were surveyed in this study, they found that 48% had used augmented reality in their training, followed by MR at 39% and VR at 26%. So there is something significant happening there also. If you look at specifically Germany, there's a study that reports that 60% of German Tvucc instructors were experimenting with IoT, Internet of Things, in their class. There's the use of educational sensors and the rest in Tvucc programs, and this is growing at a very rapid rate in a country like Germany. If you look at Ukraine, we all know of Ukraine, and when we hear Ukraine these days, it's something else. But from a study done, it was found that a comprehensive approach to informationalization in Ukraine's vocational schools, including ICT-saturated environments and computer simulations, actually enhanced graduates' professional competency. So they have tried this, and they actually have results to show for it. So there's a lot going on the global front. I have a number of things I have found from the literature that I could share with you, but I would still move away from that and begin to also throw at you a few studies that tells you what is happening at the end side, the job market. This is a LinkedIn survey that was done in 2021, and they found that computational skills were the fastest growing skills among blue-collar and service jobs. And this is between 2016 and 2021. You're looking at a demand that has increased by a whopping 67%. If you look at the next point I have there, again, a study that was done in 2021, they found that over 50% of core skills demanded in manufacturing by 2030 will involve technology and data skills like basic coding and then data literacy. That is the projection. Then also, I have found a study that points to the fact that an interactive learning system for basic programming in vocational high schools improved student outcomes and tracked question-level patterns, right? And the last point I would want to share there is that this study that was reported in 2019 found employer demand for candidates with data analytics skills growing by 74% between 2015 and 2019. But only 19% of technical education graduates actually have these skills. So you see what's going on the job side also, and what it is with the training institutions globally and perhaps Africa. I don't want to share the statistics on what is going on with our institutions. We all know that. Most of us have some close association with these institutions, and we know what the picture is. But I'm just throwing at you pictures of what is going on elsewhere and saying that we need to get onto that bandwagon and we need to be quick about it. Right? This study argued for integrating computational thinking across disciplines in the primary, secondary, and vocational education level. And the study is actually emphasizing its relevance on digital literacy and problem solving. It's pointing us to the direction I'm also making a case for. There's this other study that was done in 2019 that points to the growing importance of data-driven skills and computational thinking in various aspects of the built environment and vocational training. While the Economic Intelligence Unit reports that just over 30% of employers are actually satisfied with the skills of graduates entering the industry. Less than half of the 18 to 25-year-old youth believe that their education actually provides them with the necessary skills to enter into the job market. So they think that we are failing them. And when I say we, you understand what I mean. Those of us involved in that space. The students actually think that we are failing them. And if we have to be honest with ourselves, I guess we would agree with what the students are saying. So the World Economic Forum predicted that by 2022, a minimum of 50% of all jobs will require an engineering mindset. It's not saying will require engineers, but an engineering mindset with skills such as analytical thinking and innovation and complex problem solving, creativity, originality, and then initiative. These are the things you would find that students who've been exposed to computational thinking actually exhibit. No matter a student's major, no matter what the student is doing, computational skills are a job market requirement. It is estimated that more than 80% of middle-skilled jobs, those that require more education or training than a high school diploma, will require digital skills. And digital literacy is a minimum standard in nearly every middle-skill sector. So this is the picture I have in mind when I talk about technical and vocational training in Africa. I still see, and I've seen studies that back me, I still see this trend of even parents and guardians actually seeing this as something for weak students. Just by reading the literature and just by talking to people, I get the sense that we have parents, we have guardians who still see this as a place for students that are not smart. That's not a good picture if we think TVET is going to be a major step in dealing with the issue of youth unemployment. I still see this situation where students, on the other hand, believe that TVET will limit the academic achievement. There's a lot being said about progression and all that, but if you talk to the youth and you throw in TVET education, you get the sense that they feel that this is not going to lead them to any academic height. I see a teeming number of youth in Ghana, in Africa, basically in the developing world, that have a lot of interest in computing. Just look around. Even the students who have never been to the classroom all of a sudden have some knowledge of how to use their mobile applications to do all sort of permutations for betting, to do all sort of things by way of gaming when it comes to digital applications. Most young people are into computing, but the problem is that they don't see TVET as a place for their skills or their interest. So we have youths very interested in something digital, something computing, but they look at TVET and they don't see it as a place where their interest could be harnessed and their interest could actually find space. That, for me, is not a good picture. So what I want us to be thinking about as we continue this discussion on Africa's development is to try to help our youth. Let's try and make TVET a bit more, if you like, and that's why I put that picture there, a bit more funky. Let's make TVET a bit more appealing to the youth. And I think one of the ways we can do that is actually this whole thing of making digital skills part of what we give the students when they go through our institutions. Let's make computational thinking skills something we target to do, because it has a natural progression of sending the students to computer and computer applications and doing marvelous things with, computer applications, right? But I think we can get there. We can chase after the pace setters if we begin to make a case for the private sector to partner the public sector. We need to make a case. We need to write the proposals. We need to be very smart with putting our case across. And I am sure we'll find money from the private side. We'll find interest from the private side to basically help the Tvucc institutions to begin to, in a very basic, fundamental way, it could be very rudimentary, but just to get our students to begin to see this as something that they would get when they go through our technical and vocational training. And I think that's what I want to put into the conversation. We need to be very deliberate about this, because I feel from the little I'm seeing that we are being left behind big time. So we need to be very deliberate about this. Maybe see how we can target quickly, how we can train a certain critical mass of tutors in computational thinking and digital literacy, and deploy them and equip them, and see how we can deal with this issue of youth unemployment using the formal Tvucc thing. So that's what I want to throw into this conversation. I have my email address on the thank you slide. Like I said, I'll be happy to engage further on this, and also what I was built to actually talk about. That's the issue of predatory, academic practices. Something that is very dear to my heart, and I have a lot of insight there to share with you. I mean, there's a lot going on with, and this is a digression, but just indulge me. There's a lot going on with predatory journals. I think we are quite exposed to that, but what we are now seeing is issues with predatory calls for grants, predatory conferences. People travel all the way to another continent only to be actually confronted with the fact that they've been duped. Some people travel to conferences, actually do the first day with some funny people, and then on the second day, they don't find anybody in the hotel, they don't find anybody in the venue. They've been duped completely. We have people who actually have followed through with a grant application for 1.5 years, only to, at the end, come to the realization that the whole thing was actually fake. And I think one of the ways we can begin to save our small monies whilst we chase big monies to do the relevant research is to be a bit more diligent in the way we respond to these things. And so I'm happy to engage senior colleagues and colleagues on this front. And I think it's a crusade that we must, and especially some of the very senior colleagues here, our vice chancellors are here, we must begin to point our younger academics to how they can avoid these pitfalls. And I'm happy to engage further on that. So, Professor Chair, the Vice Chancellor, I think he promised that he was going to be doing a lot of appear and reappearance. I think he may reappear at some point. But to the chair of the conference, once again, thank you for the opportunity to speak at this conference. And I wish you all the very best in your work and in your life. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Oh, I think we can do better. Thank you so much, Prof. Digital and computational thinking skills for technical and vocational students. He made mention of something that let's try and make Tvucc a bit more funky. I was like, wow. Yeah, but I mean, in this era, anything funky is attractive. Yeah, so we have to. It's not like it's for some people. God created some people for some certain kind of space. We need to make it more appealing. Let's put our hands together once again for him, Professor Emmanuel Adira, and to ourselves. Oh, let's put our hands together. I learned that clapping is an exercise, isn't it? Anyway, let me say welcome to our online audience. In case you just tuned in, let me remind you that you're live on ATL, Eagle FM, Cape Coast, also on other social media handles, but particularly Cape Coast Technical University, our main Facebook account. We are streaming live. Let me say thank you to the technical team over there. Please, for the purposes of the camera, the videos, we are pleading with you that those behind should kindly move forward. Other than that, it doesn't make the streaming because people want to see faces. It's like they can't throw the camera on the guest. So if you have empty seat in front, kindly move forward. Please, we are doing that because the videographers inform me that other than that, they cannot put the cameras on us because there are so many empty seats ahead in front of us. And so please move forward if there is an empty seat in front. Other than that, we are not moving. We are not continuing the program because the cameramen want to capture the delegates and the empty seats are not helping at all. Thank you so much. So next on our program today, we're going to engage another erudite professor. And so, before I mention the professor's name, kindly permit me to read something a little, something brief about the next keynote speaker we have for today. Okay. Our next keynote professor was born on 6th of June, 1966 at Minanta area in Cctu metropolis. He began his educational career at Megajin Rafai Primary School, Cctu, in 1973, which he completed in 1979. From 1979 to 1984, he was at Government Secondary Technical School, Talata Mafara, for his secondary school education. He completed his studies with amazing, excellent results and proceeded to University of Sokoto, now known as Osmanu Danfodiyo University, where he obtained his BSc honors degree in applied chemistry in July 1988 and had his one-year mandatory service to the fatherland, that is NYSC, at Ben State. His yearning for education spurred him to immediately gain admission for postgraduate studies at the University of Jos, where he obtained master's degree, MSc, in applied organic chemistry in January 1994. This effort was followed by a Doctor of Philosophy, PhD degree in applied chemistry in 1998 from Osmanu Danfodiyo University. Other academic qualifications he obtained include postgraduate diploma in management, PGDM, in May 2000, a postgraduate diploma in education, PGDE, in 2003, and an advanced certificate in desktop publishing, ACDP, in April 2008. Prof. Garba also attended various short courses, which include international course on cost-effective planning and design for small hydropower projects at Alternate Hydro Energy Center, India Institute of Technology, University of Roorkee, India, in 2002. Training in biomass gasification at Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, in 2004. Training in renewable energy, Beijing, China, 2009. International Higher Education Executive Training Program, University of Houston, Texas, USA, among others. He had at many times represented the country either as a member or leader of the delegation in bilateral or multilateral cooperation meetings such as D8 World Energy Council meetings, study tour and training need assessment visits, ECOWAS and other regional fora and expositions. He has traveled to more than 40 different countries across the globe, such as USA, UK, France, Italy, Germany, Poland, Ukraine, China, Indonesia, Malaysia, Turkey, Singapore, India, Saudi Arabia, Cuba, and Qatar, among others. Prof. Garba was a consultant to UNDP, UNIDO, TET Fund, and many other organizations. He has more than 100 publications to his credit in reputable international and local journals and proceedings. He is an editor, co-editor, or reviewer of numerous scientific journals across the world. He has also presented more than 100 papers at different forums within and outside the country. Prof. Garba began his working career as a graduate assistant at the University of Sokoto in October 1989. And he rose through the ranks to become a professor in 2002 at the age of 35. He was arguably one of the few young professors to have occupied professorial chair in the field of science and engineering in the country at that time. Professor Garba had held numerous academic and administrative responsibilities during his meritorious years in service to the university. He was appointed director of Sokoto Energy Research Center from 1999 to 2005 before moving to Abuja to serve as director of energy management training and manpower development of the Energy Commission of Nigeria from 2006 to 2010. He served in various capacities as chair on member of numerous of committee panel, which include council member of UDUS, the Polytechnic of Sokoto State, now Umar Ali Shinkafi Polytechnic, SSU and NUC ad hoc accreditation panel. He has taught in not less than 7 universities in various capacities and was external examiner or assessor to more than 15 universities and other tertiary institutions in the country. Considering his sterling qualities and pedigree as a reputed scientist, the Sokoto state government appointed Professor Bashir Garba as rector, CEO of the Polytechnic of Sokoto State on 31st of August 2012. While in office as rector, Professor Garba brought in a lot of development in the Polytechnic in both human resource and the provision of infrastructure. Professor Garba was a visiting scholar for 11 years, from 2005 to 2016, at the Kano State University of Science and Technology, Wadling, now Aliko Dangote University of Science and Technology, Wadi, Kano State. Professor Bashir Garba, MFR, is happily married and blessed with children. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for our own professor. He has been with us. As for Cape Coast Technical University, we know him as one of our own. Professor Garba Bashir is coming to talk to us on inclusive and equitable quality education and lifelong learning opportunities for researchers. With a round of applause, help me welcome Professor Garba Sharaba, Vice Chancellor of Sokoto State University.
Thank you very much, the MC. Good morning, distinguished participants. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It appears the profile has taken more than the time my presentation will take. Yes, knowing fully well that a similar presentation was made yesterday by Dr. Michael Boachi, Director General of the Institute of Educational Planning. So my presentation will echo what he has presented yesterday. And I put my own in the form of keynote speech, not paper presentation. So that's why I didn't put it on slides. And more so, at the time I was supposed to be writing this speech, I was carried away by the interactive process for my new appointment. So that's why I had to do this at the time I was about to embark on this journey. So all the same, like I said, Dr. Michael Boache yesterday made an in-depth presentation on this topic, which is the inclusive and equitable quality education for researchers. He dwells so much on gaps and opportunities. He discussed issues like funding opportunities and so many other related issues. So in my own case, I'll be discussing about the importance of inclusive education for researchers, barriers to inclusive education, strategies for promoting inclusive education for researchers, and policy recommendations, as well as the way forward and conclusion. We can remember this same topic is exactly the theme for this year's conference. So a lot of speakers have discussed issues related to quality education, inclusiveness, and its importance to research. So having said this, Mr. Chairman, I would like to start by saying that, as we are all aware, that education is a fundamental human right and crucial element for societal and scientific progress. The concept of education does not limit to the distribution of information or training sessions, but it is universal and refers to upbringing of the complete human being. Education and learning are human rights for all individuals and fundamental to life-affirmed society. And are critical for scientific research and for society to prosper. Building an inclusive, enabling education and learning environment that facilitates equity is thus fundamental to the development of new researchers and assured availability of diverse role models that inspire more children and youth to pursue beneficial knowledge. Quality education and learning, therefore, are inclusive and promote equity. The available information shows substantial progress, but challenges still persist with children and youth, including researchers, at all levels and from different social, economic, and geographical backgrounds. At present, the importance of inclusive and equitable education for researchers. Inclusive and equitable educated researchers will contribute to more innovative and diverse world. Inclusive education implied sense is important to many working in the field of research, as it is a model satisfactory both for the majority and for all those traditionally underrepresented. Such inclusive education providing lifelong opportunities for acquiring knowledge and skills is increasingly in demand because it leads to functional skills and values that support life. A lot of presenters have dwelled so much on this, including the immediate last presentation. Thus, it is possible to provide inclusive education for everyone, regardless of their educational background and financial status, in a wide variety of forms. However, it emphasizes individuality, providing personalized learning pathways and increased student enrollment as well. Therefore, such comprehensive education is likely to prepare skilled specialists of diverse experience for the job market. Learning to work together with students from various disciplines, universities, as well as professionals from business, science, and public institutions, organizing network based on their experiences and interests, contribute to the development of knowledge. Connections and interaction with people of similar or different cultures, but with the same academic interest and career opportunities, is a highly important factor of study success. So what are the barriers to inclusive education for researchers? In pursuing education, lifelong learning opportunities, researchers must navigate a range of barriers, many of which are deeply ingrained and difficult and time-consuming to remove. Many are entrenched in global social and cultural values and economic systems. They include different types of inequality. The cost of access to education is one, and gender and migration status is another. The challenges faced by underrepresented groups, such as the indigenous and those disabled, among others. A range of social factors currently affect the availability of access. So therefore, the social factor is one of the challenges, and participation in quality education and lifelong learning. And this includes education curricula that are discipline-focused rather than student-centered, limited related policy or guidelines, prejudice about social, political, environmental research and researchers in the society, including facing low value attached to skills and knowledge, low social status, and poor policy links. Social and cultural factors is another challenge. Societal and cultural influences can seriously limit the opportunities that should otherwise be anchored to researchers in education. Social norms limit the things that can be happen and the things that people do. So this can proudly shape what we can learn and who we become. It is not uncommon for researchers to experience prejudice in their pursuit of quality education. Popular culture can reinforce or challenge social norms, largely depending on who has control over media companies. Entertainment industries can steer audience to identify with one another or isolate values and maintain stereotype of researchers through mainstream and or social media. Researchers feel connected with films and resonate with us. Among the challenges also, we have the economic challenges. In practice, researchers operate within different financial resources constraints. Privileges include scholarship positions, being a registered candidate and receiving a grant that will give you an upper hand over others. So financial constraints vary from one country and the institutions to others. Funding constraints. This has been highlighted during yesterday's presentation on the same topic by Dr. Michael Tvucc. The funding constraints imply that researchers potentially lack financial and material resources to invest in inclusive education and lifelong learning opportunities. So funding constraints can sometimes limit the extent of deprivation for only a certain category of researchers. And this means that they ultimately miss a variety of opportunities for lifelong learning. Another challenging factor is the accessibility and the infrastructure. So one of the factors is the non-conducive environment. A significant barrier to achieving inclusive and equitable quality education for researchers is the presence of non-conducive environment that fail to provide equal benefit during career development. This issue manifests in several ways, but in academic research settings and in broader career pursuit is most affected. There is also the inadequate infrastructure for research. Researchers often require specialized infrastructure to conduct their work effectively. These include access to well-equipped laboratories. That's why sometimes we have cause to travel to other countries to be able to run our samples, research samples, so that we obtain results. Because if the facilities are not in our immediate environment, we have to go and complain whatever we have on ground with what we can obtain outside the countries. Even in Europe, this is a common practice. Not all the universities will have all the needed facilities for conducting research. So that has made it possible for us to move around as students or as researchers to be able to conduct researches, to run our samples and obtain results, especially programs that are practically oriented. So this deficiency limits the ability of researchers to perform high quality research and impedes their career growth. The lack of proper infrastructure can also create disparities between researchers in resource-rich and resource-poor environment, imposing existing inequalities. There is also limited access to digital resources and e-learning. Many of our resource facing, since we started this conference in the last 2-3 days, a lot have been said on the importance and contribution of e-learning towards an inclusive education. So in today's digital age, access to online learning platforms and digital resources is crucial for continuous professional development. Where these are lacking, a lot of setbacks will be experienced, and the research output cannot be said to be in tune with the modern practice. However, researchers in many regions face challenges, such as poor internet connectivity, limited access to digital libraries, and inefficient e-learning tools. Some universities, especially in our African continent, if you go to many of our campuses, they may be out of internet services. It may be due to the fact that the institution will not be in position to be renewing their bandwidth, and therefore the services will not be provided. And e-books in our e-libraries in some institutions are not up to date, maybe due to, or accessible, maybe due to the outages of internet services, or due to the fact that the institution will not be in position to supply the materials for use in the campus. So these are some of the constraints. So researchers in rural and underserved areas may struggle with low bandwidth, which hinders their ability to participate in online courses or access academic journals. So this awareness was created, more especially during the COVID era, when we had to resort to virtual knowledge sharing or imparting of knowledge virtually. So many institutions at various levels in different countries were not able to key in, as at the time when a number of universities out there were trying to keep their students academically alive, because the pandemic was expected to last for a short period. It kept driving long. So that resulted into all the new development and the initiative of delivering lectures and lecturer-student engagement virtually. So this digital divide, therefore, creates an unequal playing field and restricts opportunities for lifelong learning and collaboration with peers globally. Then, what are the strategies for promoting, overcoming these challenges? So, access to diverse, relevant research topics that also motivate researchers is considered the main educational issue in the domain. So we need to develop evidence-based policy and programs that are relevant to educational subject matters. Furthermore, formative feedback should be systematically provided in order to support inclusive education through feed forward. And technology could also be integrated into the educational strategies to reach the main educational goal of this domain. Technology can support individual learning pathways, machines, the talent and capacities of both students and researchers through, for example, online resource, distance learning, and learning management system. Avenues for further research are recommended to enhance inclusive education and learning, lifelong learning in the field and for the policy, correctional policy and practice. Policy recommendations. Major issues to be tackled encompassed anti-discrimination legislation, support measures for achieving individual talent and potential during education, and initiatives to raise awareness on the problems related to inclusive education for early career researchers as affected by a lifelong experience of discrimination. The education system should develop and adopt continuously, and the possibilities of lifelong learning should be available to each individual. So our policy objectives should encourage this. The barriers encountered in an individual's life are largely based on parameters such as gender, ethnic origin, identity, sexual orientation, language, religion, and others. Preference based on these determinants can transform into discrimination that can lead to specific institutional practices. It is recommended that educational and instructional practices be determined based on legal standards that should be prioritized. It is essential that all instructors, administrative staff, and students view all individuals as equal. Technology integration. Significant number of education and technology experts believes that access to and use of digital education resources is an important step towards recognizing each individual learner according to his or her need. In fact, online learning can open the door to an even greater number of innovative materials and resources available in centralized online sites, like the e-learning for researchers portal. The e-learning for researchers portal itself is an ideal environment to showcase cutting-edge educational resources which go beyond traditional higher education research or continuous professional development. On conclusion, this paper underscores the pivotal role of inclusive and equitable education in advancing both societal progress and scientific research, despite notable strides in improving educational access and quality. Significant barriers such as sociocultural bias, economic challenges, and infrastructure limitations continue to obstruct the participation of marginalized and underrepresented groups in research. These obstacles are not restricted, only restrict equitable opportunities, but also the potentials for a diverse and innovative research community. By advocating for personalized learning pathways, lifelong learning opportunities, and targeted policy recommendations, we call for concerted effort to dismantle these barriers. Embracing technology advancement and developing tailored professional development program are essential strategies for fostering a more inclusive educational environment. Ultimately, addressing these challenges is crucial for realizing the transformative potentials of education and ensuring that all researchers have the opportunity to contribute and benefit from educational advancement. So this, like I said, has complemented the contributions made by the keynote paper presented yesterday by Dr. Michael Boache. So with this, I would like to appreciate you and thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. Sorry, the presentation was made in an analog way, which the acting chairman is kicking again. So I'm very sorry for that.
Thank you so much, Professor Garba Bashar. Professor Garba Bashar. Bashir. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Then the last word, the last name.
Boache. Boache. Okay. Boache. Thank you. Thank you so much for putting with our hands together for Professor Garba, Vice Chancellor, Cctu State University. Today is going to be so much full of fun. It's going to be, and because we spent 3 days virtually here, so it's going to be fast, so that those journeying will start their journey back home. But I must say that we've really enjoyed each and every one of you. And I've made friends. Yes, now I have Rwanda friends. I have, yes, he's the one. Yes, I really made friends. This is the first time, having Rwanda as my friend. As for Nigerians, we are neighbors. So I can see Franklin Ibe. Doc, how are you? Yeah, you had a very pleasant night, right? Yes, so all the Nigerians here, I have the South Africans here, Prof. Twala. Thank you so much for the gift. God bless you. Sorry, Prof. Okay, I'm here to get one. So far, it's those dual nationality like yourself. Oh, and yourself, Prof. Oh, you're also from Sokoto, Ghanaian Sokoto. Interesting. You're from where? Akwetia, Abetifi. Wow. All right, so this is just to calm us for the next section, and it's going to be a workshop. So without wasting much time, just a quick introduction of our next presenter. And he's the person of Dr. Violet Makuku. He's a global and international quality assurance specialist, consultant, director of the Global Quality Assurance Association, registered in Ghana. Former diplomat and African Union's project manager for the harmonization of African higher education quality assurance and accreditation initiative 2016 to 2022. She holds a PhD in QA, that's a quality assurance, in University of Education, UNISA, MSc, ED, curricular studies, that's the curricular design and implementation, evaluation and review, BSc Geography Honors, and DIPED Secondary School. Generally, she has a very strong background in education and higher education in particular. She taught in a university for more than 12 years and was the first director for QA at the Bindura University of Science Education, Zimbabwe. Dr. Makoko is our guest for the next presentation, and it's going to be a workshop. And let me also announce or add that Dr. Makuku does institutional assessments and evaluation for self-improvement in HEIs across the continent. Durban University, Azza University, that's in Egypt. She designs QA tools for monitoring and evaluation, prevention and elimination of vices. Under the GQ AA, she runs various highly impactful international, institutional, and national capacity building workshops on QA. That's quality assurance, grant writing, research methods, academic writing skills, student-centered teaching skills, mindset change, change management and entrepreneurship, among others. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, help me welcome Dr. Violet Makuku, and is going to take us through the workshop.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor and a pleasure to be with you. For this session. So, I think they now want me to project from here. Just a minute. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, it's okay. 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 Yeah. Being the last person to talk and contribute towards this event, I hope I'm also going to make justice to everything. So now, I'm going to look at quality assurance. Ladies and gentlemen, everything else has been said. And I think one of the most important things that we have is quality assurance. But we have a challenge that when quality assurance came into our institutions, we were told that if you don't have a quality assurance unit, directorate or office, we are not going to accredit your program. That's how it started. Am I right about your institutions? And then people wondered, but why? What is this animal? What is quality assurance? Why are we doing it? How are we supposed to do it, and with which benefits? And so, yeah, okay. So you'll find that this way of introducing quality assurance was not the best way, because generally when we have a new initiative, like what we have said, is that you need education and awareness. You need change management. And I think even when we are not talking about quality assurance per se, why in our institutions some of the things do not go right is because we don't handle the change management process very well. We need mindset change. And this mindset change too prepares people to be able to receive the new initiative. Okay, fast forward, when we had that, we then had another challenge, that of manpower. And then without bragging, you would want a quality assurance officer or a director to be somebody who is very much conversant with the university system, or a college system, or a polytechnic system, so that at least they are aware and can articulate these processes, procedures, as well as the policies and policy implementation. And then the qualification. That's one key area which is problematic right now. You find that in terms of qualification, we still have a lot of work to do. We still have a long way to go because most of the people who are appointed quality assurance directors is because maybe they are professors and doctors with the argument that they need to be respectable people who should be respected by the institution. But I have a problem with that. Sometimes you find that a person who is a dean in a certain faculty is also appointed to be a quality assurance director. How can you be both a referee and a player? Ladies and gentlemen, all these are critical issues which really worry me. And when I look at it, that's how at the end of the day, I ended up having this global quality assurance. It's meant to have an institute which we are in the process of working on to register right now because the need for training is huge. People always ask me, Doc, so where and how did you do your PhD in quality assurance in university education? It's very funny. The way I did it is I knew the total quality management. I knew the Japanese systems of Kaizen and this Six Sigma and so on. So I really wanted to now have a qualification in this area so that I could be able to channel it as a scholarship into the institutions as well as move it to assist the universities in terms of these challenges which I've highlighted earlier on. And so fast forward, I wrote my proposal for PhD. I submitted it to UNISA. UNISA said, we don't have somebody to supervise you in quality assurance, but this proposal of yours is a professional and academic PhD proposal. I schooled 5 years for free because I was supposed to do 4 years, 5 years. I had a baby, so I did 5 years. But I never paid a single cent for my fees. I was one of my supervisors in terms of content. And then when I graduated, my supervisor said, now I know a lot about quality assurance. So that's how it becomes a bit difficult, but people can still we do the workshops, and we are looking forward to having more of these courses as we register. But what I also want to talk about now is for a number of years, I think you heard that I was a diplomat and for an African Union project. But for this project to go, I was housed in the Association of African Universities. And in the African universities, I worked for like 7 to 8 years because I just left 2022 to start in January 2023 the quality assurance. So when people saw the work that I was doing outside, they thought that in the AAU, there was a whole quality assurance directorate. So I'm just pushing through some of the photos which are for my welfare party at the AAU. But there was no directorate. It was just me pushing the quality assurance agenda. But fortunately, the response was very good. At the same time, I was working at continental level, and that's how come we have no issues with the follow-ups with the network whom I should work with. So from there now, we have the Global Quality Assurance Association, and I have one other major concern. Our leaders in the institutions, the vice chancellors, the registrars, and the deans, everybody, most of the people in the institutions, because of the way quality assurance is implemented in the institutions, people don't like it. People give it names. Policing. People think it ends with policing and auditing. And this is one of the key things which I'm trying also to solve. Another issue is the naming of the Quality Assurance Directorate, which to me signifies a lot of misunderstanding with regards to quality assurance. Because I hear some saying, ours is called academic planning and quality assurance. Quality assurance is the mother. Is the mother of which children? Because some of the children of quality assurance, people want to dissociate those things from quality assurance. People see them as different things, but I will try to put across some of those things. So the first one is this academic planning, which people should change the naming of these directorates. They are called Quality Assurance Directorates. That's all. That is all. Because academic planning is part of quality assurance of academic programs. Accreditation is part of quality assurance. But I think if I were to ask you, some people will say accreditation has nothing to do with quality assurance. Because this is not the first session. Where I've gone, I've seen all these misunderstandings, which then lead to the compromise in terms of implementation of quality and quality assurance. Issues of compliance, they are children of quality assurance. Monitoring and evaluation is a child of risk management, disaster management, rewards and punishments. The list goes on and on and on. But at a point, when those who are in the quality assurance directorates are just focusing on policing, and unfortunately the policing is on academic programs, student evaluation of a lecturer, appraisal of a lecturer. What else? Peer review of a lecturer. Even the tool, the student evaluation, is now because there's only one tool instrument to collect data from students. This is the student evaluation of the lecture. They go and write the meals should improve. Nurses at the clinic are not confidential. You need to change the mattresses, the lecturer to change mattresses, the lecturer to see to catering services, the lecturer to see to your clinic and what have you, your sporting activities and so on. These are worrisome things. What it means is we also need to develop instruments for catering services, instruments for student support and staff support. Remember, this student evaluation of a lecturer is something that will determine somebody's professorship. And now, because the students are not happy with some of these things, they now come and mark down the lecture, and no promotion is coming. Look, the students and the people who are also using the student evaluations, I don't know what they think upstairs. Why are they also discrediting you on accommodation, on transport, on sporting activities and recreation? Is that your job? Is it part of your terms of reference? And then you are told, no, the student evaluations are so bad that basing on that, it has lowered your marks to be an associate professor or a professor. How do you feel about it? So in terms of the leadership, I'm concerned about this issue that they also understand, just let me say 5% But sometimes it could be less than 5% because this accreditation and these other compliance, they are tick boxes, which they do. Most of the quality assurance that is done, it's done to please the external quality assurance bodies and to make sure programs are accredited to the extent that institutions go and borrow Tvucc equipment or medical equipment in order for their program to be accredited. But they do it because they know that there's no follow-up which is being done to make sure that these pieces of equipment do not belong to them. If the external quality assurance agencies, our regulatory bodies, and our accreditation agencies were doing due diligence, nobody would do that. Because you would know, when they follow up for compliance, they will catch you that you had borrowed medical equipment in order to have your program in medicine accredited when you don't have what it takes. And so it goes on like that. Software, we don't have authentic software. We have outdated software in accounting, in architecture. That's why industry continues to complain that you are giving us half-baked graduates. But the half-baked graduates, sometimes it's for real. It's for real because we are using software of 2014, which has been overtaken by 2 new software in accounting, followed by the 4th software, which is now being used in banks. So the industry is far much ahead of us. But our challenge is we are not working with the industry. This morning I was perplexed to see that the Higher Education Authority of Zambia has brought together industry and stakeholders for a breakfast meeting because they should discuss issues of internship. They should discuss issues of having to develop new curricula and knowledge and skills on how new programs should look like in order to cover for the upcoming jobs. Besides South Africa, which does a skills gap analysis annually, and they distribute to the specialist universities to say, we did a skills audit at national level. Now, you are a University of Agriculture, you are a University of Technology. These are gaps of new degree programs that you need to develop. Or you need to review your curricula so that now it's covering entrepreneurship, ICT. You see, when COVID-19 went away, I was one of the devastated people. Why? Because we had institutions which were very agile. We are on quality assurance. Agility is an important element of quality assurance because you move with the times. You continue to be relevant. If you don't move with the times, then you become obsolete. When you become obsolete, then nobody looks at you. You close your institution. You close your program. Maybe normally you used to receive 500, 1,000 applications for your program. This time around you are saying, but why is it that we only have like 10 applicants? You say, let's float it again. Nobody applies. It's a red flag telling you that in terms of quality assurance, you need to check for data and information showing why is it that we have dropped from 500 applicants to 0 applicants. Maybe it's the mode. Maybe it's irrelevant because of the content that people are still finding there. It means either you need to completely abandon that program and create a new design, a new program, or you are supposed to review that program so that it comes in tandem with what is prevailing in industry. You see, in terms of designing of programs, I don't know the problem. Institutions do not start with professional bodies. They do not start with the industry. Is it agriculture? Is it architecture? Do they charge you? Maybe you are running away from the charges. But look at what it does at the end of the day. Two very bad things. When we look at medicine or nursing or surveying, the professional body for surveyors may at one time refuse to register your graduates because they will say you didn't work with us. But unfortunately, these ones, we can't register them because they lack a component which we now need, to the detriment of the student and graduates' lives. It's very, very bad. So we are looking at total quality management. And then our leaders, institutional leaders, and maybe us, I don't blame everybody, because some people is also because they are asking 4 major questions. But what is this quality in higher and tertiary education? What is quality assurance? How do we do it? What are the benefits? But for our institutional leaders, that lack of overall understanding of quality assurance is compromising everything. Because now they see the policing, which I've talked about. They see the auditing. They don't see the efficiency, the effectiveness, the cost cutting, the elimination of wastages. We don't have time. I could have talked about the wastages. But part of the wastages is, you see people coming to work at 8. But effective sitting on the desk to start the real work, which we were engaged to do, may start at 10 or 11. What are you doing? From one office to another. Time wastage is in different forms. So you, what's latest? I've been to this one's office, I got this. Until 2 hours, you are running from one office to another. Let's look at utility bills. In our houses, we are saying to our children, our wives and husbands, shouting at them, you left the lights on. Maybe it's one bulb in one bedroom. Okay, you didn't close the tap properly. It's one tap. How about when you look at a large institution where, for example, we leave all these lights on overnight. We leave the ACs on. That's how we need to practice total quality management. Washrooms, out of use, out of use, out of use. But while they are out of use, these washrooms, what is happening? The tank is spilling water into the chamber. And if you were to take a 10-liter bucket, in 3 minutes, that bucket is full. In 1 hour, in 24 hours, which is better? To repair this toilet, how much does it waste? In terms of utility bills, we now have huge bills. And then we are failing to do some of the things that we are supposed to do because we are saying our utility bill for water, for electricity is too high. So we can't have more data, which we had planned to increase the bandwidth and so on. So it's those things which we are talking about that people dissociate from being under quality assurance. And then they are taking them to be some other things. But what are the things then? It's quality assurance. Total quality management is that which we need. But in the interest of time, I want to come to the issue of research. Ladies and gentlemen, quality assurance in research is very, very important. But maybe I need to talk about what makes up robust quality management systems before I even go into these single things. But what are also the quality indicators? Just a few of them. That, for example, if you have programs that are sought after, if your institution is a brand, that each time there are applications and there are calls for jobs, is your institution which they are saying, do we have graduates from this institution? And then they say, throw out everything and leave us these applicants. It means your institution is one of excellence. It's one of a good brand. You know, even for internships, some industries don't take certain students because they are lazy, they are disrespectful, but they are attached to a certain institution. So it's blocking everybody else from getting internship. So we need to be deliberate about teaching soft skills. As we teach the content area and as we teach the skills, it's also equally important to make sure that the soft skills are being inculcated into the students. So, looking at this robust quality management system, we need people who have got the character, agility, integrity, energy, hard work, creativity, innovation, fast thinkers. Because issues of challenges, the challenges, some of them, you don't even foresee them coming. And it's only people who are agile, who are fast thinkers, who come up with simple solutions for complex problems. Do you know there's something like that? Sometimes when people see there's a challenge widespread, academic dishonesty, sometimes they think of complex ways too of trying to solve the issues. Sometimes you find that in the process of solving one issue, you are even creating another problem. That's not quality assurance. We want robust quality management systems with personnel who are grounded in ICT. People who are conversant with research methods, both mixed methods, quantitative, qualitative, so that they can collect relevant data. You just don't go collecting data and you say we want to analyze it and see. You see what? When the data is not speaking to the challenges that you are trying to resolve. So those are the challenges. But we have solutions. When we have the right people in the right places, things do happen. We want people who can also design data collection tools that are robust, that respond to what needs to be solved. And that's why the people in quality assurance should endeavor to have knowledge and deep knowledge of research methods, quantitative, qualitative, mixed methods, all the ways of data analysis, so that they can give information, correct for decision making. At the center of quality assurance is research. That's another one. Research should be at the center of everything that we do. At the center of quality assurance is research. Situational analysis is research. Verification is research. Action research on the challenges in our institution is research. Needs analysis and assessment is research. Most people who don't do these things, they waste resources in the institution. Because they are chasing after a perceived problem It's perceived in their head. It's misconstrued. There's a misconception about it. But the people who are affected are there. Students, staff, and everybody else. Why are you not sending out a simple survey to say, these are 10 things that we want to do for you, and any other which you can list? Which one do you want us to do for you first? If you are looking at people who will be loyal to the institution, ask them what they want. Ask them what they need. Some people go to build washrooms, and the students and staff say, a block of washrooms for who? Did they ever see us queuing for washrooms? We don't want washrooms. We want more bandwidth, good and internet services. That's what we want. We want e-resources. That's what we want. And so why are you going to construct washrooms when nobody is saying we have a challenge of shortage of washrooms? These are issues to do with using our conceptions, misconceptions to do things. And it's really wasteful. We want to look at policies. You see, quality assurance is also about policy documents. But when I do institutional assessments and evaluation for self-improvement, what do I see? Policies are legal documents. And that is the reason why you see people losing court cases. The university is in disrepute. The college and polytechnic is in disrepute because they are always being taken to court by students. They win the court cases. Taken to court by staff, the staff win court cases. And we are depleting the financial resources. What does it mean to us? If policy documents are legal documents, you can't just say, Doc so and so, Prof so and so, and Prof so and so. You are going to sit together to do us a policy document on what, on promotion, on what rewards and punishments, without a legal eye. Quality assurance is lacking. It's a legal document. So you can't do it in the institution, finish writing it, approve it, and start operating it without a legal eye. It's a recipe for disaster. Okay, fast forward. I now want to look at research. Let me go here. Sorry about that. The things are scattered everywhere, but it's showing our track record and what we have done as the global quality assurance. Right. Okay. There's a diagram I want to show you. It's it's this one. Ladies and gentlemen, I think somebody talked about the research in Africa. There are a number of issues I want to talk about. Funding of research in the institutions. Yes, sometimes people call it by different names. I don't know the book what. Sometimes they so call it research what. But getting it is difficult. Why is it difficult? In your institution, whether from the side of being a leader, why is it difficult for you to give lecturers? Okay. Why is it difficult for you to give lecturers money for research even if the allocation is there? Or lecturers, why don't they give you that research fund which you know is there in the institution. Please, can I have frank answers from you? Hello? Okay. Prof. Twala, you want to try? If you are the one who is a dean and you approve that vote where you say somebody, a lecturer wants to do research, but you are not giving them, why? And lecturers should also tell me, why are they not getting it?
I think the other one is there. From my own experience, it's mismanagement and the corruption that is contributing to that. Thank you.
Prof has summarized. Prof. Twala, we come to you, Prof. too. There was a hand up there too. Please, let's.
Yeah, actually, thanks, Doc. I think it's not a simple answer to your question. So I think there are so many things. It also depends upon the institution. I think there are so many things. Also, another thing, you may have money, but it also depends upon the viability and also the capacity of those particular lecturers. We cannot throw money somewhere where we see there's no value. That's why we are developing a capacity. I think we may look at the issue of corruption and other things. You may find in many instances it's not like that. So, for example, I've got some staff members myself who write a paper. They have never written a paper. They write a first paper. They want to spend over 200,000 rand to go and attend an international conference. I will say no. Can you try a local one first? So that we develop the capacity around that particular area. So I'm just saying there are other factors that you look at. You find a particular person, so write one paper, then in a conference where, as I'm saying, you spend so much money, and also in terms of collaboration, you just say there's also need the collaboration in terms of first within the university. If not, you go actually nationally, so within the country, and then we can see in terms of developing capacity. So I'm just saying, Jay, your question, I've got so many answers, and will always, from my side, where I sit myself in executive, I always defend my stand. On the other side, lecturers will also defend themselves to say how bad we are, and myself are going to say how bad you are. So I'm just saying those particular things which we need to sit down and then talk about it.
True.
All my staff, I engage my staff in terms of that. And if I don't approve something, I tell you why, and I tell you what are the things that you must do so that I approve it.
There's a hand up there, and then we continue.
Okay.
Thank you, Doc. Sometimes, in my opinion, sometimes they don't let us know that these fundings are there for conference. Sometimes it is in the document, but they will not let the lecturers know so that we can also apply for it. It's because one of the areas that we also develop the institution is to ensure that lecturers and members attend conference, maybe from the local to international. But once it's not available, and some of the leaders too, like the first, the prof said, some of them favoritism. If they see that it is you, a certain particular person is applying, then they will be reluctant. They will not even try to approve it. So it's also an issue. Something is there, but if it is a certain particular person, no. But if it is a certain person, it is quickly approved. So
Yes.
this kind of favoritism is also there in our institutions. Sometimes it deterring people from even going because they see how the leaders will react
Okay.
to that.
Okay, thank you very much. The three contributions, you see, it's a myriad of challenges, but also it prompted me to tell you one or two things. Quality assurance is well documented that is compromised by politics, corruption, religion, and ethnicity. How? Politics, for example, I remember in one country, I won't name the country, it was election time. That person who wanted to be a president moved around and he had news that the women and men were saying, we will not vote for you because we have our children in the house who are supposed to be in university. I was having a workshop in that country, and the accreditation board said, we were supposed to attend this important workshop, but we have been instructed to move to universities to tell them that they should quickly enroll. Not planned. Quickly enroll students so that they do degrees. And it was next day in the news headlines. No planning. Where are the lectures? Where are the lecture rooms? Where are the lecturers? Where are the pieces of furniture and everything? Immediately after the election, he won. He said, please remove them. Where do they go? Now they are already in the system. What do you do with them? And it's the institution. So politics is a problem. Also, in every country, for the past more than 10 years, I've been working at continental level. Each country I go to, they say, you come from the north and I come from the south. So what? What does it have to do with why we are employed in the institution? And somebody says, okay, you belong to this political party and I belong to this one. So, you belong to this religion, I belong to this one. I say to you today, we need to rise beyond partisan politics. Academic institutions are meant to train manpower. They are not meant for ethnicity, for politics, for what. So let's be like a washing line where we put clothes there to dry. We have wooden pegs. We have colored pegs, yellow, blue, green. But their whole purpose, all of them, is just to hold clothes on the line, one line, in order for clothes to dry. So at what point, these four things are really detrimental and are wreaking havoc in our institutions. And so we have seen the responses from you on how certain things would compromise how we should move. Fast forward, at national level, you may realize that the biggest budget is for defense and military, but not education, not health. Yet we want to say we want socio-economic development. And so from there, that budget is small already at national level, and to split it to all the institutions, it becomes a problem. And so our research is stifled even at national level. But I want to say congratulations to Ghana, because now, the past weeks, there was the presidential competition for entrepreneurship. The technical universities, they are 10. They also have such competitions. Macdan also has such competitions. But why is it that sometimes our students, when they compete, they don't get it? It's because within the institutions, it's part of quality assurance to teach on financial education. General financial education. You ask them, so you, when your project is very good, everything is perfect and excellent, but how much do you want? I want $5,000. I want $10,000. Do you know how they miss it? He says, so what are you going to use this money for? Okay, I will sit down and do it. But before you come to defend your project, or whatever you want to do in Macdan, the presidential competition, the technical universities, you are supposed to have done the budget already. Now, when you just say, come up with a figure, nobody will give you money which we don't know what you are going to use it for. Looking at research, something which worries me is completing the research process. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa, I don't know. Even some of the technical universities, they do researches. In medicine, there is research going on. In agriculture, there is research going on. But the issue is about attending conferences and presenting papers. It ends at different levels. So a person may do the research and don't complete, and so as a result, they won't give him money again until they say, last time we gave you money, you didn't account for it. Where is your paper? The next thing is that they won't give you the money. Fast forward, we are also saying, in terms of research, others do the papers, but they are of poor quality, like what Prof said. We now need to make sure we have capacity. We do research methods, and then it helps. But institutional workshops are also the best, because you can't do it for one person. We need to build this capacity in the universities and academic institutions for people to improve. For those who complete good researches, some of them have got copyrights, some of them have got patentable results, but are we moving on to do the patenting? No. Are we moving on to do industrialization and commercialization? We are not doing it. And so, if it is about the policy, because sometimes people say, no, our institution, we are not allowed by the law to run a business entity. In these economic difficult periods, with our students and our staff coming up with patentable products, the intellectual property is good for commercialization and industrialization. Is it not time that we go to the powers that be and tell them that, can you please review our Act of Parliament of Establishment, check on this policy so that we are also able to run business entities which are for the universities? Because we are crying that even the money from government is not enough. Let's move on again to look at teaching and learning. It's supposed to be learner-centered. She's disturbing me, but I won't mind it because I know my time. And I know this platform, I need to use it. Yes, just to round off. It's even confusing me. Okay, teaching and learning. When it comes to teaching and learning, I don't know who told people that the lecture method is the way to go. Even those who have been trained with an education background, they still want to go with the lecture method. They say it's fast, but there's no time. The learner-centered approach is faster than the lecture method, and many other activities that are associated. So what do we do? In Ghana, I think in 2019, it went through Parliament that lecturers should have a teaching qualification. They should have a teaching qualification so that they can use the appropriate teaching methods. But without quality assurance, it's not guaranteed Because we find even people with the teaching background who know that the learner-centered approach is the best, who are not using it. In terms of curriculum design and curricular review, we also have challenges. In terms of setting of questions, exam questions, we have challenges. Unfortunately, for most of those who do conduct workshops on teaching and learning, you find that some of them also, they just want to be there, but they may not even have that teaching background. They tell people, you need to use the Bloom's taxonomy. You need to make sure it follows the Bloom's taxonomy. But unfortunately, some of our accreditation agents, personnel, and some of our lecturers misinterpret the Bloom's taxonomy because they don't have the background of where it is coming from and how it came into being. But there's a theory behind which informed it, that people grow through stages. And at any stage, people can do certain things and not others until they have matured cognitively. So those are the things that we don't have time, but those are some of the things which I could have concentrated on. But you see also, even on designing on exam questions, this is quality assurance. And you find that the application of quality assurance on the ground is problematic. How come students can write a paper with discuss? All the questions are on discuss. Even things that are not discussable, they are just asked to discuss. So, ladies and gentlemen, our quality assurance leaves a lot to be desired. We need to do more than ticking boxes. We need to do more than compliance, where we are doing it for the accreditation bodies and any regulatory body outside. We need to build internal quality assurance so that at least we can manage to build the quality culture in the institutions. Once we have the quality culture, everything else will fall into place. So in the interest of time, you know, she is not giving me time and there's no time. So you follow me. Let me tell you that we can offer full-time these workshops on research methods, academic writing skills, entrepreneurship, learner-centered teaching skills, and right now we have another upcoming one on resource mobilization. People are complaining there's no funding, there's no money, but we can't complain whilst we are doing nothing about it. So join us for that event, 17 to 19 September in Accra. And then we can talk about resource mobilization. And then we see how we can move on together to mobilize resources, particularly grant writing. The last one. In terms of promotion, Chairman, stand up, please. I heard he has been chairman for 5 years for this, I don't know. But then, the outcome and output of the journal, let's clap hands for them, through him and every other person. Me too. We give it to you and your team. That's my last submission on journals. So you find, you can sit, Prof. In terms of promotion, people are asked to publish in renowned journals. And once we say renowned and credible journals, people think they are journals from the developed world, Europe, Asia, America, Australia, but not Africa. It's not true that in Africa there are no credible journals. You are busy giving people intellectual property, patentable papers with good products, Elsewhere, I heard somebody saying they paid $4,000 for their paper to be published. I heard somebody saying, a whole vice chancellor, when I published my paper in medicine, I never accessed my paper again, but every day it is being cited more than 100,000 times. Why are we doing this? Those from South Africa, is a Prof. Twala and team, they know they've got journals which are listed by their Council for Higher Education. If you publish in those journals, they are credible journals. Then from there, they consider, did you publish in this? But they don't come up with the list alone. They work with professional bodies and lecturers and staff to come up with that list. I'm one of the reviewers. Every 3 years, we remove some journals and add up new journals. But we should have institutional journals. We should have journals like this journal which has been launched here. And we should publish in there to develop the impact factor of journals in Africa. We are developing impact factor for other journals in other continents, leaving our continent. And it's not true that African scholars are not good. The scholarships which are advertised are for masters and PhD, and people are going to other continents. In those continents, that's where the researchers are being recognized, but they won't own them. They can't be labeled African, but African people are doing a lot of good work. All these elevators, the traffic lights and things, which we may think were developed by some other people, do you know it's black people who developed them? Let's improve the quality of our education so that once we infuse real entrepreneurship, commercialization, industrialization, and we constantly review our curricula to meet industrial needs, we encourage our students to start their own businesses. It can't be for governments alone. No. And some of the issues they are upon us also to go on. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The time is not enough at all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh, I think we can do it better for Dr. Violet Makoku. Even if we give her 2 hours, it will not be enough for her. Very insightful presentation. We are giving jobs to other people. She made mention of something in her presentation, that we need to internalize quality assurance. As an individual, what we do is what we take out. So internally, as you are seated here, that quality assurance, you have to work on it. And together, we'll make Africa a better world. We are looking at sustainable education development conference or research conference. So sustainability is what we are looking at here. Once again, thank you so much for coming. Our online audience, we are so grateful. Let me give it to, Prof. Prof, quickly. I have the other mic here.
Please assist me to give a more round of applause to the presenter. Thank you very much. You know, we regard this as a workshop. It wouldn't look tidy. If we finish a workshop, we will not have 1 or 2 questions to clarify certain things. So I will ask the MC to find out whether some people have something to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. So please, we take a few questions. So if you have...
Just 1 or 2.
2. Okay, Prof. Okay. This side. All right, so we'll take only 2 and then...
But go straight.
Okay.
Actually, thank you, Program Chair. Doc, thanks so much for the presentation. I think my question, I want to ask a question around the issue where you're talking about the academia not moving up to speed with the industry. I just want to get your opinion in terms of that. I'm talking from a practical experience where I've worked with big companies in the industry. Where when people they talk about the issue of academia industry, sometimes I become not worried, but if I had a good term, I was going to use it. But then you become worried. You see, in terms of industry, one big company I was working for was changing everything. Every year, we're changing how we operate, the operating system. Right now, from the academia point of view, I don't think we're going to say academia we are wrong because we are not changing. We change according to our need as an industry. So therefore, I think the issue, as we look in terms of academia, being a little bit conservative vis-a-vis industry, we also require the academia. Academia cannot change every time. So as a rate that the industry is changing. I'm just saying, I wanted to clarify that because I think I always find in many forums where, I attend, I found the issue being academia being criticized. But from the side where I come from in the industry, you cannot be able to change according to that pace. So, which may be very problematic. That's why I'm saying there's something that we try as academia over time, and then we change. Because remember, we also teach our students the fundamental of higher education institution is to be able to teach the student to be able to ask the right question. Industry is not about that. So therefore, I'm just saying, I wanted just to make a comment on that, to say, so as we want the change, but we must also be careful with the change. Academia, we cannot be able to change as fast in terms of the industry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. And what it means is that it brings us back to this washing of dirty linen in the newspapers. It will not stop if that is the scenario. Because let me give you an example, which is correct according to even what you have made a submission of. We have software, for example, in banks. Maybe there's PayNet. PayNet is something for a long time ago. I don't know whether we have people in finance here. Before that, there was Stable. But then I get worried. Prof, these things are real. I get worried when I get to an institution in 2024 and they are still using software of 2018 or 2016 to teach students in finance. So what am I saying? I'm saying there are certain things which we can also move closer to. Because by that time, if you are using the 2016 one, the software has been developed and improved more than 4 times. At least for these things which are portable and consumables, we have to try. Right now, even blended learning, do you know, some institutions were waiting to say until COVID-19 goes so that we start teaching again face-to-face. Some of the institutions have closed. Some institutions said, let's jump onto the blended. But I like the blended because it's doing 2 things. While we are teaching our students with these online gadgets, they are also at the same time with the hidden curriculum articulating and learning to use ICT, which is now prevailing in industry. Those are key discussions which we need to engage on. And so, in terms of changing now, the whole curricula is now we say upon graduating a cohort. That's when we are seeing. But again, I have a problem because when COVID-19 came, do you know you could teach COVID-19 and examine it there and then? Do we know that? If somebody gets it, why? I'll be very happy. Why is it that even if we never had COVID-19, you could teach it and examine on it without going through Senate? Okay, you see, there are certain things, that's where we have misconceptions and misunderstandings of certain things. I would teach it and examine it because in medicine, in biology, we have a topic on viruses. As information and researches came in about COVID, we could talk about it. Because it's a virus, I don't need to go to Senate for approval to teach it. Because we already, it's just an example of one viral disease. So these are some of the things we need to know, that in terms of curricular content, adding new examples is not a problem. As a lecturer, and going on to some things for departmental faculty, and then Senate. But you find everybody for a small thing, they are saying it should go to Senate. So those are some of the issues. Prof, I hope I've responded also some of the gaps. It's not everything. I concur with you that because of the overall you have given, we will therefore continue to have this issue of industry and academia accusing each other. But what we also need is our internship. When they go, it's not their final year. Sometimes they are coming back to do one semester or one more year. And that is what we need to strengthen. Because once it is done and done very well, we don't have issues again. Because they now know what is also on the ground. That's bridging the gap. So let's get hold of those two about changing pieces of equipment. Some of the equipment, they are manual, but those which are now digital, sewing machines and so on, a university could buy that. But because they are also conservative, they still want students to use hand sewing machines or treadle machines. Where will they work? When industry now has automated sewing machines, but you can't tell me as a whole university also that you can't buy an automated sewing machine, at least 2 or 3, for students to have a feel of how it will be in industry. So I think I've covered that, Prof. Thank you.
Another question for you before you go.
Yes.
Okay. I'll be giving micro.
Okay.
That's what I want.
All right, go ahead.
So the question is this, you've said quality assurance is an ongoing process, evaluating, monitoring, and enhancing quality in teaching university system. But the question now is this, as a university staff, academic staff, how do I ensure my personal quality assurance during the services and at the time of my retirement? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It's not a problem. One is lifelong learning. Lifelong learning, we need staff development organized by the institutions. We also need to do self-teaching. Self-teaching is that these days there are certain things which pop up as notes or 5 qualities of a leader. Somebody said we are all leaders at different levels. We can initiate something and lead it to completion. Not that you need to be a vice chancellor or a dean in order to lead. You can lead your team to do something very good. So it's those things, self-teaching. If you go to LinkedIn, it's a really professional what. You get tips on this, you get tips on that. If you also go on the internet, There are also some, they just say five the characters of a good leader, of a good personnel, what have you. Taking all those pieces will make you a better person. Then we have this gentleman called Toffler who says the educated of the 21st century are those who can learn and relearn. So once we do that, we remain relevant. Our problem is lack of agility in some cases. Not all of us, please. When I say our, it means there's a certain group of people who are moving, certain group of people who are not so fast. So in terms of agility, we should be there. There are people who are resistant to change. That's why we normally do workshops on mindset change and change management. It's to cater for those people. Even when something is not so complicated, even when they haven't been told about it, they still resist the change. Even the change that can benefit them. When they take it, that's when they say, oh, why did I take long to appreciate this change? So I hope I've answered you. And on retirement too, there are a number of things you can do. There's no time. Me, even outside retirement, I'm just doing a lot of things. Entrepreneurship, agriculture, what have you. And you need to just identify gaps and opportunities. And that's all.
Thank you very much. More round of applause for her. So, my MC, I think it's time for award.
Yes, please. Okay. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Violet Makoko. And also to our Prof, Chair, Professor Mojoko. Once again, you're welcome. It's already afternoon. And so good afternoon. In case you are joining us via Zoom, via other social media platforms, we welcome you to the closing, yes, of the 13th SEDRC, Sustainable Education Development Research Conference here in Cape Coast, Ghana, University of Cape Coast. And don't forget, it is also a collaboration with the 40th Anniversary Planning Committee of Cape Coast Technical University. Should I go for the microphone? Yeah. So, yes.
You are finished? Okay, good. Right, so Barbara, thank you very much. And we are still making progress. We are now at the last stage of the preliminary session. So we are going to do tracking session now. But we only have one, and that one is just here. So it will be a short one because most of them have already presented, but there are some who are supposed to present. Yes, there are some that are supposed to present. But before that, we want to, give award to our distinguished speakers who have done the to, research and give us food for thought. So at this point, Barbara, over to you. Okay. So the first recipient.
Okay, for the first recipient, we are calling on Dr. Emmanuel Adiera, but before he comes...
Please, Prof.
Okay.
No, Prof, please, not Doctor. He's a professor of construction. Not actually a professor, he's a professor Ankasa. He's a young man, so he thought he's doctor. Prof, please. In Ghana, we say full professor.
Professor.
He's a full professor. I'm an associate. I'm not there now.
Okay, thank you. Professor Emmanuel Adiera,
please,
today, in partnership with Cape Coast Technical University, Ghana, the African Applied Researchers Association recognizes you as an outstanding built environment researcher. Your contributions have significantly advanced our understanding of the relationship between our surroundings and the communities we build. You have provided invaluable insight into shaping sustainable, resilient, and inclusive environments through meticulous research and innovative thinking. Your work is advancing academic knowledge and directly impacting how we design and develop spaces that improve the quality of life for all. This award honors your dedication to excellence in research and their lasting influence on the built environment. This is in recognition of your invaluable service and achievements, which exemplify and support research on the built environment in Africa. In appreciation of these achievements, you are today awarded Built Environment Researcher of the Year. Presented on this day, August 30th, at the 13th Sustainable Education and Development Research Conference at University of Cape Coast.
So we'll call on Professor Twala to present this distinguished award to our young professor in Ghana. He happens to be the highest cited researcher in Ghana in construction. Wow. So when it comes to construction in Ghana, he's the highest cited, and so we are awarding him. He's in good hands.
Good morning, distinguished members. Hope you are good today. So I think from my side, on behalf of Cedric, so would like to present the Achievement Award. So to the Professor Emmanuel Adiniera. So we're so happy in terms of the contribution. So I think the award is awarded to those people who have done a contribution, not only to the Cedric conference, but in the academic space and also in terms of advancing the academic knowledge, so within the African continent. So thank you so much, Professor.
Yes, it's always so beautiful to receive an award from your very good friend and senior brother. Yes, I want to thank the chair for Cedric and all involved in this endeavor. I want to thank you very much. This is beautiful. It will find a nice space in my office, and then when I retire, it will find a nice space in my retirement home. I appreciate this, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Emmanuel Adiniera.
Thank you.
Yes,
thank you very much.
Okay.
We are most grateful.
My co-MC. Okay.
Right. So basically, we are now going to the next awardee. So, Barbara, over to you. Who is the person?
Okay, so Dr. Violet Makoko is our next recipient, and today, in partnership with Cape Coast Technical University, Ghana, the African Applied Researchers Association honors Dr. Violet Makoko, a distinguished leader in quality assurance in education. Dr. Makoko has significantly elevated education standards through her unwavering commitment and expertise, ensuring that institutions uphold the highest levels of excellence. Her work has not only enhanced the credibility of our educational system, but has also inspired a culture of continuous improvement, benefiting students, educators, and society at large. Dr. Makoko's dedication to quality assurance is a beacon of integrity and excellence in pursuing educational advancement. In recognition of your invaluable service and achievement that exemplify and supports the ICT education in Africa, in our appreciation of these achievements, you are today awarded leadership in education quality assurance in Africa, presented today, August 30th, 2024, at the 13th Sustainable Education Development Research Conference at the University of Cape Coast.
So to do this honor, we'll call on Professor Alice Mensah to present the award to the recipients. Please, Doc, she's here. It's right here, Professor Alice Mensah. Great. You can present it later. You can say something.
So congratulations for winning this award. And I can see that you are quality assurance. Quality assurance is Dr. Maku.
Thank you very much. So let's give to Mommy. Any words?
Oh, I just want to say thank you for recognizing my efforts, and they are bearing fruit. Is one of the surprises for this. I was not anticipating, so I'm just excited and perplexed to have been considered for this award. I want to thank you all and the organizers as well. God bless you all. Quality starts with you. Quality starts with me. Quality is in our hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you,
Violet.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So at this moment, we have our last recipient for this award. In fact, the final award of all of him currently going on, the scientific award committee, they are looking at the best presenter and researcher of the year. So that will be announced during the closing ceremony. For those who have gone, they'll be disqualified. Yes, if you have won and you have gone, you are disqualified. That is it. Even though you are there, we will draw the, some people, they go and do PhD somewhere, and they are called back that you bring by your PhD, you are no more a student anymore. This is a university upon an university, is that not it? At this point, we'll call on our last recipient. He happens to be Professor Bashir Garba. Prof, please.
Okay, let's put our hands together for
Then his younger brother, Professor Tepo, will do the presentation. So, Prof, that is his younger brother.
Okay, so just a quick one. The African Applied Researchers Association partnership with Cape Coast Technical University, Ghana, honors Professor Bashir Garba, Vice Chancellor of Sokoto State University, Nigeria, in recognition of his exemplary leadership and unwavering commitment to advancing renewable energy education. Professor Garba has demonstrated visionary guidance in integrating sustainable energy concepts into academic curricula, fostering innovation, and promoting environmental stewardship among students and faculty. His efforts have significantly contributed to building a foundation for a greener and a more sustainable future in Nigeria and beyond. Through his dedication and leadership, Professor Garba has set a benchmark for educational excellence in renewable energy sector. Appreciating these achievements, you are awarded the Leadership in Renewable Energy Education Award, presented this day, August 30th, 2024, at the 13th Sustainable Education Development Research Conference at UCC, Ghana.
Right, so Prof. Lawrence Atepo, his younger brother, will present it to his elder brother. Okay. Yes, the same mother, the same father. Okay, Prof, please take it.
Professor Bashir Garba. I don't even know what to say about this man. Yeah. We've been in this business for the past 14 years.
Wow.
Yes, 14 years. When we talk about education in Africa, I consider him as a giant. He's contributed so much to education in Ghana and in Nigeria, especially to the northern part of Nigeria. Now we have a lot of directors, heads of companies that pass through this man's hands. I mean, I always say, may Allah continue to bless you. Amen.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to extend my appreciation to you all, and especially the organizers of this conference, for finding me worthy of being awarded with this important award. This is an award or recognition not only to me but to the entire Usman Danfodio Sokoto University community and the entire renewable energy research group in Nigeria. So I really appreciate, and I wish the Sustainable Education Conference long life, so that we continue to service humanity. This is our 13th year in this service, and we intend to continue until we hand over to the new generation. So the Sustainable Education Conference has come to stay in Africa. So long live participant, long live Africa, and long live Sustainable Energy Conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Bashir Garba. We are to go, okay, Chair. Photograph. Okay, with all the
recipients. Please, all the recipients, the award, please bring your plaque and you hold it and take a picture. No. Okay. Well, since it is Cape Coast Tech University that is giving the award, who am I? My boss is saying, no, he will sack me. No, let's give the plaque. The plaque.
For the picture.
Yeah. And then open up. Let him just hold it. Let him hold it. You can just hold it, no problem. Yes, you can just.
I think you can stand in the middle. Oh,
yes, no, the chairman that you gave to them, you won't receive it now. Chairman, you know, Chairman, you always fail. You know, you don't get certificates, you don't get nothing.
Audience,
I was grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Prof,
so much.
I can keep this one back.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. So at this point, we want to call on Professor Abdullahi. He is going to chair the next section. Professor Abdullahi, you'll be doing the last presentation, chairing for today. So we'll need our seats. We need our seats in here. Pardon? Which present? Okay. Someone wants to smuggle an unapproved AE, but don't worry, we'll allow that. But let's get our chairs. As we are getting our chairs, we'll call on Dr. Senator. In fact, the name Senator, I thought is a legislature. You come and explain the history of Senator for us. Come. Dr. Senator, come over. Whatever you have that you want to present, you come and do. So you can, please, we need our seat. Ushers, please come forward and bring the seats at the front.
Thank you very much. We from Federal University Lokoja Senior Staff Club, we are honoring one of our own as an honorary member of the Federal University Lokoja Senior Staff Club. By His grace, I'm the vice president of that club, and the executive and members have approved this honorary award on Professor Emmanuel. Thank you.
Okay. Professor Emmanuel. Yes. Wow. You are now a member, Senior Staff Club.
And he's also surprising me.
Senior Staff Club.
University Lokoja Senior Staff Club member. So whenever you arrive Nigeria, feel free to come and wine and dine with us.
I'll drink pepper soup there.
Well, we have a lot.
I've gone to Unilag staff with pepper soup, so just I'll go there.
It's okay.
Thank
You're
you
welcome,
sir.
sir.
I was grateful. Thank
Pleasure,
you.
sir.
It's a pleasure.
Please, let's have a shot.
Thank you. No, the shot has been beautiful.
All right, so as we prepare for the next session, which is
Thank
going
you.
to be presentation, that's a paper as well, we'll be presenting the papers. Let me announce quickly the chair, and then the chair will call the participants, yes. And then let me also say thank you to our online audience for joining us this afternoon. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you find yourself. So for this afternoon track session, we have the chairperson being Professor Abdullahi Salifu, who will be chairing the track session for this afternoon. And so I'll hand over the microphone to him, and he will call the presenters for the presentations. Prof. Chair.
We'll be starting shortly. Just give us some 2 minutes. Please check the soft copy. We have revised it, so it's on the soft copy. You will not see it in the hard copy. So those of you who have soft copy, go through the soft copy and you see those who are presenting. Okay, so please, ushers, get us the QR code. Prof, I'll share that to you. Prof, yours is accurate. Your copy is accurate.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have Coleman E take a seat? Lost it. Let's see you. Okay. It's moving away. Okay, the next one would be Cctu A. Do we have Cctu A, K2C, and Brady M? One of you will be presenting. Are you here? Nkrumah E, Apia NA. Are they here? Okay. Newman, Guama, JC. All right. I guess we will start with Coleman. Well, Prof. Ima, if you can get us the others, maybe by the time he finishes, they would come on.
I thank you very much. Can you hear me? Good.
You have 10 minutes to present your paper.
I will try and then do it in 10 minutes because the issues with legal education in Ghana, we actually need days, if not years. But I'll try and then let you have an idea of what we are talking about. Usually when we talk of... Oh, it seems the abstract wasn't printed. Yeah, it's not there. It seems, yeah. So, Chair, can I start? Thank you very much, Chair, and to the organizers. Now, when we think of legal education in Ghana, we often do not look at it from the perspective of sustainability and inclusivity. So, when I saw this conference, I saw the need to have the discussion through the lenses of sustainability and inclusivity in Ghana. So my presentation is on towards an inclusive and sustainable legal education in Ghana. And I will explain why I'm going on that tangent of inclusivity and sustainability very soon. Just by way of outline, I will try and then summarize everything by taking you through a little bit of historical context. I will look at contemporary outlook and also a sustainable and futuristic look of Ghanaian legal education. The current legal education structure as we have it today was birthed in 1950s, in the late 1950s. And it was as a result of the effort of the Liberation Government, which is the CPP, to create homegrown lawyers and to hone their skills in Ghana. Hitherto, most lawyers had to go to the UK to hone their skills to learn the trade, the vocation of law. So the current legal education structure as we have it in Ghana was to create that atmosphere within the Ghanaian structure to create lawyers in Ghana. And this was also because from a colonial era, the British colonial government did not really pay much attention to legal education. It's important I move away from construction and other things, so I focus on legal education. So the teaching and learning of legal education, of law generally in Ghana, was through the lenses of customary law, which was largely informal and was through oral tradition. So when the CPP government decided to take steps to formalize legal education, its aim was to produce legal professionals to improve legal scholarship in Ghana. We will explore whether that has been achieved today. Now, the whole idea was to catalyze social and economic development. Usually when we think of law, we look at it from the lenses of legal system. But a robust legal system has an implication on socio-economic development of any society. So the whole agenda of creating a legal education system was to create a robust economic structure for Ghana. Unfortunately, when the political entity, which is the CPP government, established this legal education system, which as we know it today is the Ghana School of Law, what it did was it created a tension between the government school, which is the Ghana School of Law, and the academic institution at the time, University of Ghana, which was the only institution that was producing LLB graduates. And the tension still exists today, with the existence of Ghana School of Law being the sole entity training in terms of vocational training of lawyers in Ghana. So since 1957 in Ghana, the conversation about legal education has mainly been about producing lawyers in Ghana since 1957. And when we think of legal education, it is beyond just producing lawyers. But unfortunately, since 1957, that has been the story in Ghana. So with this, what has happened is that there is a conflation of the idea of legal education, which is different from practical legal training. Currently in Ghana, when we think of legal education, we look at it only from the lenses of let us produce lawyers in terms of the practical legal training. But in reality, our system was supposed to create this bifurcated system where we have this two parallel but mutually inclusive structure. The first structure is the academic component. And this academic component fell squarely on the mandate of universities. So the whole idea is that universities must teach and then also produce lawyers, literally. That is what happens in almost all countries, with the exception of Ghana. So it is only in Ghana that you will get your LLB, and your LLB is practically useless unless you go to Ghana School of Law to go and do the practical training before there is some essence to your LLB training. That is not inclusive enough from my perspective, and that is problematic. The second aspect is the vocational training. Now, the vocational training of law falls under the mandate of the General Legal Council, which manages basically the Ghana School of Law. So these two systems were supposed to exist in Ghana, but currently it's been merged. What is happening is that there's something called mission creep. Some academics have described it as mission creep. And the mission creep idea is that because the Ghana School of Law mandated by statute with the General Legal Council, which also accredits universities to study law in terms of LLB studies, the Ghana School of Law has exerted extreme control in terms of even saying that certain courses that are so paramount to LLB studies, Ghana School of Law has described those courses as practical courses. So currently, when you do your LLB in Ghana, there are some essential courses that are important to LLB globally that we don't do in Ghana. For instance, you don't do civil procedure. It is very important that at LLB level, everyone studies civil procedure, evidence, criminal procedure, family law. These are issues that have been taken from the law faculties and given to the Ghana School of Law. So what that means is that you finish your LLB, and there are certain important components of your LLB that is missing. I will try and then go on to some other issues because I don't have a lot of time. But, oh, that's good. But what is happening, what is happening is that because of this mission creep by the Ghana School of Law, we have so many issues going on because technically the Ghana School of Law is not mandated to deal with doctrinal courses. The Ghana School of Law is meant to deal with practical and clinical courses. So with the Ghana School of Law taking the mandate meant for universities, now our legal education system is in shambles, and that is what I'll call it. So we have so many models in terms of our legal education, which is not even competitive internationally, and we cannot be producing scholars or lawyers that are not competitive globally or even in Africa. So I'll go to a little bit of the current outlook. Now, this is where the question of sustainability comes in. If you look at legal education distribution in Ghana, we currently have 16 regions, the sources from the Permanent Mission of Ghana to the United Nations, and we all know we have 16 regions. Unfortunately, only 3 out of the 16 regions have law schools or accredited law schools. So if you look at the north, if you look at the map, you will see that from Kumasi, even in terms of the region, it is Ashanti region, Greater Accra, and Cape Coast. So from the east to a little bit of the west to the north, we don't have legal education structure. Now this leads me to the question, what kind of legal education system are we building if everyone must move from the north, east, and west and congregate as a certain portion in the south just to get legal education? Again, remember, the structure as we created it was purposely to create a robust system that will lead socioeconomic development. So if we have a hotspot in Greater Accra, one in the central region, and one law school also in the Ashanti region, the question about sustainability and inclusivity comes in. Firstly, the General Legal Council hasn't done much in terms of ensuring that there is that sustainable legal education in various aspects of the Ghanaian society. Now, we don't need to underestimate this. Law is very important. Sometimes when we think of law, we look at it from this formal sense of legal training. In South Africa, I taught this course called Practical Business Law. The whole idea of that course is to get law to non-lawyers. But unfortunately, with the system as we have it now, we only have just one portion of Ghana with others struggling for it. So currently, we don't have a lot of law schools in Ghana. I won't go through it. Most of you know, majority of them, both public and private, have merged or they are congregated in Accra. So I'll move on to some of the issues that I have in terms of a sustainable and futuristic look. As we know it, we have a lot of problems with our legal education. This is what I suggest, that we put in place a framework that holistically addresses the problem. And what framework is that? We should create that structure where the law faculties, universities, will have that autonomy to teach law. In which case, most of the courses that have been sent to Ghana School of Law must be brought back to the law faculties. And it is only the law faculties that can actually teach and train because they have the experts in terms of people who have done studies at higher advanced level to train lawyers in Ghana. But at the end of the day, this is what we should do for a sustainable standpoint. We should begin to include an Africanized and decolonized agenda in our legal education. Currently, it is not. If you look at our legal scholarship, there is this slippery slope. We always say, oh, our law and UK law is the same because of common law. That is not true. We must, yes, I am winding up. We must create a contextualized framework where our legal education system is beneficial to Ghana and Africa at large. And looking at even the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, this is the time that we need to train lawyers, we need to train law students to have a continental outlook in terms of their legal education curriculum. So at the end of the day, my conclusion, any sustainable legal education framework must make sure that we develop an LLB curriculum. We take those courses that has been taken by the Ghana School of Law, we bring it back to the faculty, develop an LLB curriculum that includes or that pays also attention to postgraduate studies and also decolonize and Africanize legal education and training and build a curriculum that imbibes Africa's Agenda 2063. This is the only way that our legal education structure will become very competitive globally. In fact, currently I teach in the US, and there are some students in the US who are very interested in what is going on in Africa. It is quite puzzling that we have our legal education structure that is not even concerned about what is going on in Africa. Philosophically, normatively, we need to change the structure as we have it. But I know with a lot of questions, I'll get time to readjust what is going on. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Let's give him a hand. Unfortunately, he spent a lot of time at the conversation was getting interesting, but unfortunately, time hasn't been a good friend. Thank you. I hope you noted down questions you would want him to address. We go to the second presenter. E-learning in the post-COVID era, experiences of tertiary students, by Nkrumah I.K., Newman E., Asamani L., Tortu Seidu, and is going to be presented by Amdia Isaka. You have 10 minutes within which to do your presentation, and your time starts now.
Good afternoon. So I am Amdia Isaka, and I'm presenting on behalf of Dr. Ivy Kesawa Nkrumah. So I'm presenting on the topic, e-learning in the post-COVID era, experiences of tertiary students. So we know that ever since the COVID pandemic hit the whole of the world, teachers and students have had to move from face-to-face lectures to having lectures online. This research is basically about the experiences of students during the pandemic when most of the schools were on lockdown. So the authors of the research I've already mentioned. So to start with, during the pandemic, a lot of institutional organizations had to move to online lectures. So you sit in your house, then you have your lecture via the internet. So e-learning is basically learning, or it's a mode of learning that takes place electronically, often via the internet, with the help of devices like mobile phones and laptops. So the study assessed students' experiences to e-learning as a mode of instruction delivery in Ghana. The research questions for the research. What is the nature of the devices that students use for e-learning lessons? The study wanted to find out the type of devices that students use when learning online. What are the challenges students encounter while accessing the internet and data for e-learning lessons? The study also wanted to find out the challenges that students encounter when they are using these devices, and what are the psychosocial challenges associated with e-learning. So some science researchers have it that when you have a face-to-face class, students are able to interact with others, but when it comes to learning on the internet, students don't get that. So we also look at those challenges and what are the e-learning proficiencies challenges that students encounter with e-learning. So the data collection for the research, the researchers used a descriptive survey data where they collected or obtained data from students of the University of Cape Coast, and the sample size was 382, which constituted 253 males and 29 females, 90 postgraduates and 291 undergraduates. All ethical procedures were observed. The data collection procedure. The data was obtained both in person and through online distribution of questionnaires. And the questionnaires were purposely designed by the researchers for the study through literature reviews of other e-learning topics. The results. So the results try to answer our research questions. So we have, which device did you use for your e-learning lessons and who owned the device? So from our table, we can see that most of the students used their cell phones. So cell phone had a percentage of 56.3, followed by laptops, which had 132, then other devices like the computer desktop, the cell phones, the tablets, and then the iPads. With this, the researchers also wanted to know who owned the devices. And most of the students reported that the devices belonged to them. It was just one participant who reported that the device belonged to an employer. But nobody reported of using an institutional device. And that is because at the time that the research was being conducted, schools were on lockdown. We also look at the challenges with access to the device, the quality of the device, internet bundle, and IT literacy. With access to and the quality of the devices, the participants, most of them reported that about 55.2 reported that their devices were very slow, so it didn't make their learning very comfortable. Some also reported that their devices could not stay online for a very long time. So most of the time, they have to leave the online class and then join again. The internet access and data bundle challenges. We know that in Ghana, our data bundles are very expensive. And as the participants, most of them were students. And students get usually their financial assistance from parents. So during the COVID, when there was lockdown, some of the students complained that their parents were not even working. And for that matter, sometimes going to them for money for data was a problem. So you could see that about 47.6 reported that they didn't have access to internet in their area. Others also reported that the cost of data was too much, and 85.6% of the participants reported that the data was expensive. IT and e-classroom proficiency challenges. So some people were not able to join e-learning classes or online classes because it was new to them. So from this was taken from the questionnaire. It says, I did not have enough training on how to use the internet. And that is 36.7% of the students said that, because they went home, they were all idle, and all of a sudden, they are told to join an online class. That was the first time some people were even hearing of some of the online platforms that they were supposed to use for their class. So they were not prepared for it. Some said they didn't know how to use it. 42.9% said they got confused when their computer settings changed. And I remember during that time, we could see videos circulating where a lecturer will be teaching and be shouting at a student to mute his or her microphone. Sometimes it's not intentional. It's because sometimes the student does not know that this is where I need to press for my microphone to be off. E-classroom and psychosocial challenges. Like I said, some researchers have come to the conclusion that face-to-face lessons are way better when it comes to psychosocial fulfillment, because students get to interact with their peers. But when it comes to online lessons, they do not get the chance to interact with their peers. So some of the participants recorded that they felt lonely during the lectures. Some also said it was boring to hear people's voices without seeing their physical face. Others said interaction among their friends was difficult, such as having group discussions. Although some of the e-learning platforms have this feature where you can break into groups, but students did not even know how to use it. So it was also a challenge to them. Okay. So the e-learning experience domains and then the age of participants. So here we have 4 variables, that is age, internet access, proficiency, and psychosocial challenge. So from this table, you can see that internet access correlated with age, and then we had a negative correlation. It was a significant correlation, which implies that as we age, our access to internet decreases, and it is significant. Okay. Then with the proficiency and age, there is a positive weak relationship between that, which means that as we age, our proficiency of the use of IT devices also increases, but it is not significant. So it could be, or the results we got there could be as a result of chance. The internet access and proficiency, the correlation between that was 0.357, and it is significant, which means that the more we access the internet, the less likely we are to be proficient in it. Then we have psychosocial challenges and age, and the correlation is negative 0.34, and it is a weak correlation, which means that as we age, our psychosocial changes are likely to increase, but it's not significant. So it could also be due to chance. Then psychosocial and internet access, which is 0.374, and it is significant. It means that the more we access the internet, the more our psychosocial challenges are likely to also increase. And we also have proficiency and psychosocial challenges. So the more we are proficient with an IT tool, the more we are likely to encounter psychosocial challenges. So, discussion. So from this, switching to e-learning has been tough for universities because they keep getting complaints from students, teachers, and IT experts. I remember most students would call universities complaining about not being able to access their exams submitting when they are not done, and other things. So universities need to create better plans to achieve their educational goals during this change, because e-learning has come to stay. And the major problem with individuals in Ghana accessing e-learning platforms is limited internet access. Not every Ghanaian gets internet access at their locations, and also because of the high cost of data and unstable internet and other factors. Thank you.
Let's give her a hand. Thank you. Our next presenter is presenting on a topic, Stakeholders' Perspective on Residential Facilities Management in Tertiary Institutions. It's a 3-man paper by Adisi M. Ahiaba M. Osumenu D. 5. Frank G. and Armiao D. It will be presented by Ahiabu M.
Good afternoon. So I'm presenting on behalf of my co-actors on the topic stakeholders.
Please connect your phone today. I'll stop your time. Okay.
So good afternoon. My name is Moses Ahiambu, presenting on behalf of my co-authors on the topic stakeholder perspective on residential facilities management in tertiary institutions. And our presentations will be followed the following outline: introduction, aim and objective, statement of the problem, significance of the study, literature review, methodology, results, findings, discussion and conclusions will be drawn. If we are talking about quality education, then the facilities or the infrastructure that we have for our institutions are very key in achieving this holistic quality education in our institutions, and very crucial to our country's economic progress, and also is very pivotal when it comes to effective infrastructure delivery in our institutions. Our facility management, if it's properly done, it actually helps our people to work in environments that will be safe, and also helps especially our tertiary institutions in Ghana in this particular area where our student populations are increasing as a result of free secondary schools. We are seeing high number of students, and these numbers are putting a lot of pressure on our educational facilities. And therefore, if we are able to manage our facilities well, then the pressure these students are putting on them will also be reduced, and therefore we will help in achieving the SDG 3 and 4, which is good health and well-being, and to ensure quality education. This study aims to investigate residential facility management in tertiary institutions through the stakeholders lens in developing countries. And we have two objectives that we looked at. That's one, to identify the roles of stakeholders in facility management, and also to identify the challenges confronting stakeholders' participation in residential facility management of our tertiary institutions. If we look at our problem statement, facility management in tertiary institutions, there's a lot of problem now. And I said one is because of the increasing number of students that are admitted to our tertiary institutions in Ghana, put a lot of pressure on our residential facilities. And if you look at most of the literature, they mainly talk about the challenges that are involved, and then the lack of effective participation of stakeholders to ensure effective management of facilities. And most literatures are also talking only about the characteristics of residential facilities, but then they neglect the stakeholder perspective in the management of our facilities. So we look at what would be the significance of this, our study. If we look at the significance, we realize that the study provides insights for stakeholders to identify key areas of improvement in residential facilities management and services that will give us our practical applications. Socially, the study will emphasize or has emphasized the importance of managing residential facilities for good health, well-being for students and staff, and also promoting peace and harmony on our campuses for quality education to be holistically achieved. For the value, the study enhances understanding of complex nature of managing residential facilities in tertiary institutions of developing countries, especially Ghana. The literature review look at the definition of facility management. We realize that it evolved over a decade, and some investigations include broader issues of facility management related to the scope, and we realize that the features of dwelling units, the neighborhood, the environmental features, the quality and services, and so on, as OK et al. 2017 speak about. And residential facilities are also mainly about living the environment, compromising of our hostel, composites, apartment, hall, residence, and so on are also reviewed. But if you look at the stakeholder perspective, the study highlights the importance of involving stakeholders in managing facilities, and this will help us to ensure that there is a need for us to meet and their satisfaction is enhanced. So here our focus is mainly on the stakeholders. And these stakeholders, we target them, and these are the students, facility managers, and service providers. So our research methodology adopted quantitative study approach, where survey questionnaires are used to purposefully sample about 350 respondents. Out of these, 200 received responses are used for this analysis, which give us a response rate of 54%. For our results, we realized that if you use the weighted mean and standard deviation method, the ranking of the facility management services, security rank as the first, giving us a mean weighted point of 3.77, followed by building maintenance, waste management, routine cleaning, janitors, environmental management, and pottery. And these are the ranking of the facility management services. So if you come to our institutions, our facilities, the main concern of our stakeholders are security and then the building maintenance and the waste. So these three things have to be catered for in our facilities. If we look at the result of the stakeholder roles of students as users, in most cases, you realize that using facilities for the intended purposes of design is not stick to. And that is what is rated as 4.25 and ranking as first. You realize also that most of the spaces allocated, which should be clean, go to most of our halls, they are not neat. And feedback to facility managers also rank as third in that order. And the reporting of equipment breakdown to facility managers ranked fourth and so on. If you come to the key one, that's the stakeholder roles of management of facilities. The ranking of our response, the outsourcing and supervision of facility management services is ranked first. So this means that those facilities that are managed by our institutions do not actually meet the standard of our respondents. And they are of the view that these facilities need to be outsourced to external people. And formulating maintenance plans and policies for facilities rank as second. And preparation of maintenance reports, schedules, rank third in that order. If we come to the stakeholder roles of service providers, we look at how to resolve all issues of equipment malfunctioning. You go to our facilities, equipment, they are not malfunctioning, ranking as first. Provide technical report for equipment installed, rank second. And maintenance of log for equipment and history of breakdown equipment and so on, rank third in that order. And the last one for our results, that what are the challenges that our stakeholder participation in residential facilities management? The first challenge is inadequate knowledge about the roles of stakeholders. So it means that most of our stakeholders in the facilities management do not have adequate knowledge of what they're supposed to do. That gives us a weighted of 4.13 and rank as number 1. Second one is inadequate stakeholder support for facility management, which ranked as 3.78, ranked number 2. Inadequate qualified facility managers are not common. That rank as third most important challenges that we have and so on. So we continue to look at what is our finding and discussion. Our major finding about facility management services and stakeholders. Major stakeholders are critical to residential facility management
30 seconds to wind
in
up.
tertiary institutions, include the students, management, and then service provided. And these services are seldom provided, included the mail management, maybe laundry services, fleet management, and so on. But the stakeholder roles are to actually ensure that service provider resolve all issues of malfunctioning timeously. Sometimes these things happen and then they take a long time to be worked on. And the major challenges that we have is limited knowledge about the role of stakeholders, and also limited qualified facility managers that we need. So it therefore means that we need to produce more facility managers. In conclusion, this study will improve the management of residential facilities in tertiary institutions of Ghana, and it will subsequently enhance the teaching and learning processes and also contribute to the achievement of the SDG 3 and 4, their good health and well-being and quality education in our country, Ghana. Thank you.
Let's give him a round of applause. You've been able to beat the matter of, you are all getting 12 minutes. The 10 minutes it goes to 12 minutes. So our last presenter, you have 10 minutes. I hope you will not overshoot. The topic is adopting the minimum capital requirement of the Central Bank of Ghana, an evaluation of the impact of the survival of financial institutions in Ghana, presented by Ibrahim Zubeiru. The paper is by Ibrahim Zubeiru, Mariam Alemezi, and Minta Roxon. It's not in the book. But they were submitted in good time. Anyway. Is this one? One of the two screens. Okay. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
We go.
Yeah, good afternoon. Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity for this presentation. Our topic is to look at the minimum capital requirement that Central Bank of Ghana in 2018 presented or imposed on the banks operating in Ghana that had led to collapse of certain banks, led to losses of jobs, led to mistrust within the banking industry in Ghana, creating a whole lot of anxiety. People argue for and against that kind of policy because a lot of scholars think it is not a thought-through policy. But the government too has its own way of looking at the issues that they think they have to look at in order to salvage the industry. Fast forward, I did this paper with my colleagues, Dr. Mariam Alenezi from the University of Prince Mohammed Fahd in Saudi Arabia, and our brother Roxanne Menta from my department. The structure followed what were given by the organizers of the conference, and I'm skipping that because of time to look at the introduction. The minimum capital requirement is an amount of capital that a bank or other financial institutions must provide in accordance with 8 financial regulators' requirement. And this largely has to be done in a way in order to help sanitize the system within the banking industry. However, its abuse can cause a lot of problems within the finance industry, and if care is not taken, it's going to take a very long time to recover. Capital requirement, as stipulated by Abakan in 2020, are key provisions by which bank supervisors require banks to retain a certain proportion of their assets as equity and to maintain lending activity. With increased requirement, bank must issue additional equity. So a minimum requirement is also beneficial for cushioning banks against potential losses from liquidity and credit risk. But if it is not managed well, it will rather become a big problem rather than trying to solve the problem. In relation to the Bank of Ghana in 2018, they require a bank to maintain a minimum capital of 400 million Ghana cedis in order to have adequate funds to absorb unforeseen losses. Consequently, this minimum capital adequacy requirement is indispensable for preventing bank failure and to ensure that banks maintain sufficient reserves to ensure themselves or to secure themselves and depositors during the financial crisis. But whether that is actually the case within the context of Ghana is an issue to look at. Now, the regulatory posture of Bank of Ghana is to make upward adjustment to capital requirement, which exposes banks to an unwarranted short-term liquidity crisis due to high funding costs. And this is consistent with a study conducted by Okpara in 2011, who asserted that imposition of a minimum capital requirement will expose banks to an unwarranted liquidity crisis as a result of higher funding costs and diminished profits within the industry. In the light of the foregoing, the debate surrounding the effect of the recapitalization on bank performance, survival has become necessary, requiring the Bank of Ghana to investigate actual impact of such policy decision on banks in Ghana. And that is the basis for which this study stems on. The objective of the study was to evaluate the impact of that minimum requirement that Bank of Ghana imposed on the banks, looking at their performance and survival. So we're going to look at whether or not the minimum capital requirement have improved the bank's performance. So we look at the pre-imposition of the minimum requirement and post-imposition of the minimum requirement. Examine whether there is a negative or positive impact of the minimum requirement of Bank of Ghana on the survival of the banks. So we look at factors that will affect the performance and survival of the banks in Ghana in the light of BOG's imposition of the required minimum capital to guarantee operating eligibility of the banks in Ghana. Our research questions were three. How has the minimum requirement improved the bank performance? What operating factors could negatively or positively impact the survival of the banks as a result of the minimum capital requirement of BOG? And how has the banks in Ghana performed pre and post imposition of 2018 Bank of Ghana's minimum capital requirement policy for the banks? We review literature that relates to this study and then specifically look at certain theories that are very important for the study. We look at buffer theory of capital adequacy, looked at the capital adequacy framework, and the efficiency structure theory that is largely useful for our study. The method we employed, we look at the future selection method where important survival factors were examined from a combination of primary and secondary data collected from a total of 40 surviving and collapsed banks in Ghana through a semi-structured questionnaire and interviews. We explored purposive sampling technique and one sample t-test of the response from the 5-point Likert scale question to identify the mixed element that impacted the survival of the banks using SPSS version 27. In addition, time series data was used to examine the relationship between the minimum capital required and the survival of the banks in Ghana after the banking cleanup exercise or cleaning up exercise. 2 minutes. Okay. So our findings, so to speak, for pre-imposition and post-imposition minimum capital requirement, the output suggests that imposition of minimum capital requirement was exponential and negatively affected bank survival, return on banks' assets, return on equity, bank profitability, increased cost for banks, bank liquidity, ability to invest, bank solvency, credit supply, access to finance by SMEs, the deteriorated value of the banks, potential collapse of the banks, and positively affected by customer confidence and capital adequacy. Based on these findings, minimum capital requirements have a multifaceted impact on the banks, affecting their stability, performance, customer confidence, and access to finance. And these stages suggest that while these requirements are essential for ensuring the solvency of banks and maintaining a stable financial system, striking the right balance is crucial to avoid unintended consequences such as excessive costs and reduction in credit availability. Practical implication here, our results suggest that policymakers should avoid haste in the position of an exponential increase in the minimum capital requirement for all banks, as is capable of rendering banks insolvent and subsequent collapse. In addition, they are required to further interrogate the impact of the policy they intend to implement, test its efficacy before implementation. For social implication, the study underscored that drastic imposition of minimum capital requirement and several other directives to all banks operating in the country has led to hostile takeovers, unfriendly mergers, unexpected consolidation of the bank's asset, and collapse of several local banks, leading to severe job losses in the banking sector. So the survival of the banks in Ghana lend itself to these unfriendly policies implemented by the central bank. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have only overshot by 45 seconds. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. Then we can take a number of questions. I suggest you all have parts and take down the questions so that at the end of it, we'll give you the chances to respond. The floor is open for questions. Prof? Where's our MC to help us passing the microphone?
Thank you. You want me to start with the presenter one?
Presenter one. Who is that?
The lawyer. Mm-hmm. Or the liar.
He was a lawyer.
All right. I'm worried with the statement you made that it is only in Ghana that a holder of LLB will not practice until he or she goes to law school. I say you didn't carry out your literature very well. It's exactly the same Nigerian situation. You will not be allowed to practice unless you go to 1 year law school, we call it. Not school, you call it school of law here, but we call it law school, and I presume they are the same. Okay? Then, another worrisome statement you made. You said, who are those teaching in Ghana Law School? If you are saying that they are different from those teaching in your formal university system. That's my question. Thank you.
Plus, I'll add to him, there is, are you aware the UDS has also started law? You said from Kumasi. They are there. Yes, they are starting. Take note of your questions. No, yes, let it go around. Yes.
Then the second person, looking at the title of the work you presented, I have my reservation on the study sample you used for the study. So what do you mean by cross-sectional survey study? Because I know cross-sectional is a type of research design that's a situation where you collect data at one point in time. But what you are saying looks different from the cross-sectional you said you adopted. Also, I do not actually understand how you carry out your analysis, because you didn't mention anything about the method of analysis. And you have beautiful findings and conclusions that people were clapping for you. So I would like you to let us know exactly the methodology you used in analyzing the data. Then I didn't catch a glimpse of the third presenter, but the fourth one, your title is very poor, and the bad slides for your PowerPoint, they are too clumsy. How you stated the objectives of the study is also very poor, because they are too long, they are not sharp. With two conjunctions contained in a statement, it's not good. And especially where you are saying, when you are saying your research questions, and I heard you say, and I think I read it also in your slides, negative or positive relationship. Why can't you say there is no relation, whether there is relationship, until you finish your analysis? So you won't say whether negative or positive. Because null is always taking equality. Okay? Then where did you use your time series? You mentioned that you had time series data. But all along, I did not see any analysis carried on it. I didn't even see the data, not to talk of the analysis. And the other part is that you showed a table with mean, maximum, minimum, mean, and standard deviation. But I don't know how you derive your conclusions from there. Is it based on a standard deviation? Or is it based on the mean? So I would like explanation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the opportunity. Mine is just a slight modification I want to suggest on the title of the paper presented by IK. I'm trying to get, So the paper on the title, please, can you display the paper, please? Title, E-Learning in the Post-COVID Era, Experiences of Tertiary Institutions.
Can we have a projection of the title? The one on e-learning. The title is E-Learning in the Post-COVID Era, Experiences of Tertiary Students. That's the title. E-Learning in the Post-COVID Era, Experiences of Tertiary Students.
Okay. I think the research limitation should be evident right from the title. So if you said experiences of tertiary institutions, I think you are going global. So you need to limit to your study area.
That's
It
right.
needs to be mentioned, yes.
Limitation.
Yes.
It looks too general.
Yeah.
I agree. Doc Makuku.
I want you to respond to me in simple terms.
Which one of the presenters?
The lead e-learning.
E-learning, okay.
Did you use probability or non-probability sampling? That's all.
Yes. Senator, which state?
He's from Edo State, Nigeria. All right. We'll first of all commend the presenter, and she is a very good presenter.
Which one? Which of the presenters?
The one with the title E-Learning.
E-learning, okay.
Yes. I want to ask first, which of the tertiary institutions was it general, both private and public tertiary institution? If yes, it wasn't mentioned which were your targets. At least if it's federal or, if it's public institution, we should say 4 of them. Okay, then if it's private, we should say, 15 of them. Then is it colleges, universities? All of this was silent in the work. Then on our correlation, let's look at the variable where she have a slide that shows a correlation between the institution and there was an age in the analysis. No, before this. Before this. Yes. Okay? No, not this aspect. Not this. On the findings. On the findings, please. Yes. Using e-learning experience, domain, and age. What is the age limit in admission into the tertiary institution here in Ghana? Then, if age is there, I also think level should also be included. Let's say first year student, second year student, and third year. It cannot just be age alone. Dr. Okosu may be 34 years of age and he has 14 years teaching experience. It's not necessarily age. I think another variables that will actually aid your work should also have a category of level. When you say first year student, second year student, we really find out whether this new generation that is even in the 100 level are very much more technologically inclined than those that are in the 400 level. Are you with me, Ma? So I think age should be established. What is the admission benchmark? Like in Nigeria now, for instance, there is agitation.
Can you make it?
Okay, there is an agitation that it should be 18 years and above. If it's 18 years and above, I think in Nigeria, then in Ghana, what age is the limit? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, the ladies, I thought there was a hand at the back there. No. Oh, over there. Prof. Clinton. I was asking of you this morning.
Thank you very much, Prof. And to the presenter, very good work. If the slide can be moved a little bit, just one slide backward. No, where you have the percentage, not this one, there's another one that have, yes, this one. I want to find out, because if I think Prof. Mujeko can help us as a mathematician, is percentage not 100? Because I see findings here, they're showing 47 plus. If I add them together, they are more than 100. Is it that you use a Likert scale and you decide to basically classify everything? Because my understanding is that the percentage is 1 or it is 100. So if I have a description like this, if I add them together, they should be 100. 85 plus 47 is already more than 100. So I don't know how this was calculated. So it's something you need to look at in those your particular findings. Yes, but I wasn't supposed to get 100. No, if then
let her just respond to that one before.
Prof, let me continue. If she used a Likert scale, then she's supposed to use a mean item score, not percentage. Percentage cannot calculate an attitudinal scale where you have a scale of 1 to 5. That's why they talk about the mean item score. That's what you're supposed to use, not percentage. Because what she has done here is that take a percentage of each of the responses, but then somebody can also probe to say, okay, let's say you have a 5 Likert scale, you cannot aggregate all the percentages together and divide by 5. So there's kind of a juggling of statistical, I was going to say there's like a juggling of statistics together. It should be mean item score. The other one I want to ask is the next slide where you have the psychosocial issues. I was really worried about that variable, about the psychosocial, because my understanding is that psychosocial issues are a lot of things. Which of them did you measure? Mental health, social well-being, or you just lumped on there? Because we can't measure psychosocial variables as one. Yeah, there's another slide where you have something, and on this one, the percentage of this one also has a little bit of something to correct. There's another slide where you have the psychosocial as a standalone. What if you guys are, yes, that one. You see, like here now, where you have proficiency, psychosocial, and all that. So I'm thinking, how did you measure that? It's something that somebody will need to understand. Thank you.
Let's get the last one so that they respond. Okay, 2.
Yes, I would like to congratulate all the presenters. To add upon what Professor Clinton was saying, maybe if the presenter can tell us the indicators that used to measure the variables. But I would like also to add upon the first presenter, just a contribution. Your slides were too dark. So in the next presentation, please try to put colors which will be more visible. And another contribution is that the legal aspect is a professional. Is regarded as a professional. That's why you haven't done your research well. Even in Tanzania, people have to go through the school of law. Not necessarily that it means that your LLB is useless, but you cannot be a professional practitioner without being passing that, like an accounting field, where people have to be certified professional accountants. So you have to do your research well. It's not only in Ghana. Only that. Thank you.
We have the last question. Yes.
Thank you, Prof. Chair. So, still with the e-learning presentation, I know UCC has more than 10,000 students. So, in your presentation, you weren't clear about what determined the sample size for the study. Can you clarify that for us? Thank you.
Thank you. We start with first presenter.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is very interesting. I will start with the UDS. I think they started this year, and I have a comment on it. I will say that we don't have to be happy just because Father Christmas gave us one more faculty. In terms of distribution of legal education, it is still not enough because law must be used as a propeller for education, for development in society. So if you have only 3-4 regions, what about the rest? That is the question that we need to answer that. To the question on the legal profession, or law is a profession, we need to think about it twice. And that is also from a normative and reflective standpoint. So if I'm a teacher, I am in the profession of law teaching. Law does not necessarily mean go and sit in the classroom and go to the court, just litigate. That is not what legal education is about. So from the research, I distinguished between legal education and legal training. The two are different. So the legal training aspect is more or less on the vocational aspect, because if you say law is a vocation, I would understand. Because even in the UK, US, there were so many of if you look at the history, they go and study, they understudy people who are already in the field. That is the vocational dimension of law. So if you say law is a profession and it ends there, you must necessarily go to law school, it defeats the overall purpose of legal education. And this is what has been happening in Ghana. And there's so much research on this. This is what has been happening in Ghana. So since 1957, when we instituted this legal education structure, what had happened was that we totally neglected the legal academia dimension. So at some point, and even till today, there are so many law faculties that are still struggling in terms of maintaining the academic standards that is required for the educational aspect. I mentioned law is not just about just practice. There's the doctrinal aspect of it that has to be taken into account. On the issue that you said it is worrisome, I think Ghana and Nigeria, it's not only Jollof that we are fighting about. It seems we are fighting on so many things. I understand. There's also the law school. You go to South Africa, there is the law school. But what is the purpose of the law school that it is? In most countries, when you go to the law school, for instance, in South Africa, you go and deal with issues of, for instance, legal accounting, professional ethics. But these are not issues that necessarily, in terms of evidence, civil procedure, criminal procedure, these are not courses that should be taken away from the LLB curriculum. That is the foundational aspect. So for instance, if I graduate with my LLB now, or if anyone graduates with LLB now from UCC, the person is deficient in terms of criminal procedure, civil procedure, drafting. These are fundamental aspects of the LLB curriculum that we don't have. So that is the essence. We have to look at the value of the LLB, things that have been taken out, things that should be added. We have to look at it in totality. So we don't have to also fall into this same trap that law must necessarily lead to you being in the courtroom. I have decided, for instance, that I don't want to be in the courtroom. My profession in the law is teaching of the law. That is how we need to begin to construe and understand legal education. So we clearly distinguish legal training, vocational training, from legal education, which includes the normative and doctrinal dimension.
Yes, so I wanted to, from the outset, I hear your stakeholders, they were not, from the beginning, I didn't see them until later in this presentation. You mentioned 2 students and then, okay, but we didn't hear that from the outset. Were there questions for you? Just comments. Okay, so we go to Amdia. Your questions.
Okay, so yes, I took them down. So I was told to note the title, which I have noted down, and I will inform my mentor about it. The sample, I said it was a descriptive survey design, not cross-sectional. We use a descriptive survey design, and someone also asked of whether I use probability or non-probability sampling. We use convenient sampling because at the time of the research, schools were on lockdown and just a few students were around. So, convenient sampling, which is non-probability sampling. And in my population, I stated that we use postgraduate and undergraduate students of the University of Cape Coast, UCC. I think because of the time, I was rushing a bit. The percentages, I have noted that and I'll inform my boss about it. And there was one on which psychosocial challenges. The research looked at how lonely students felt in online classes. It also looked at how the disruptions, sometimes in online class, you see that someone's microphone is not muted and the impact it has on other students. Okay, which one again? There was a question on what determined the sample size, which is, I may not be able to answer, but I will note it down. But we use convenient sampling because schools were on lockdown and just a few students were around. Please, there was one also on age, the age of the participants. I have also noted that. And then the level, yes, please.
Okay.
The reason why you are having such challenge emanated from your title.
Okay.
If your title has been able to indicate location, you will be able to identify your population. Then when you identify your population, whatever sampling method you are using, you will be able to explain it. So put them down like that. Start from your title. The moment, if you add that is, like you said, tertiary students, okay? If you said tertiary students in Cape Coast,
okay,
okay, then you choose, in your sample, you can choose Cape Coast, University of Cape Coast. You see that you have arrived now, because Cape Coast is for proximity's sake. Cape Coast University or University of Cape Coast, that is where you will say convenience, because of proximity, because you have to justify. Okay? Then when you come into Cape Coast University, that UCC, now you will be able to say maybe you use stratification, stratify sampling, stratifying students is either at their levels, like one person was talking about, 100 level, 200 level, and so on. So that from 100 level, you'll be able to choose maybe 20. Second, 200 level, you choose a so and so number. You see how it will go. Then anybody reading your work will follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, can I add something?
A question.
No, a clarification and what have you, I don't know. So, I asked you whether you used non-probability or probability sampling, because real statistical tests, you have to do probability sampling. I don't know the kind of tests which you did, or they are non-statistical tests. And also, in terms of convenience sampling, at different levels, often you can have convenient sampling for the institution you pick, But as you do this, which is now talking about that, when you get to 100 level, if at all you will want to do any statistical tests, at 100 level, you then need to do probability sampling. And at 200 level is now probability sampling, which is random sampling. Because that's the inch for you to be able to do objective tests.
The moment you mention stratification, random sampling will come in. Because you first of all put them into different strata. Then from each strata, you perform simple random sampling. You can't do stratification without doing that. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Reactions to your...
Prof, we were rushing because of time, and we've been given just that we should do 10 slides. And I don't think that we can pick everything that we have. But there is details in the main paper that I think that we're able to do. But going forward with the objective you raise, I'll look at it and amend it. Thank you.
You have a lot of questions now.
Okay, go ahead.
Flash is a title. That is disaster, that title.
So the title is disaster.
You have two conjunctions in your title.
Conjunctions.
No, so that everybody will help us to count.
Adopting the minimum capital requirement of the Central Bank of Ghana.
See it here.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I'm talking about.
You see the first column. Then you come down and use a case. If you count the number of words there, that's enough to be a thesis. In that.
Okay, it's very long.
Yes. And clumsy.
Okay.
So I thought you will beg us, maybe we help you to restructure it, but we don't have time. You want to sweep that one aside. I said no. Okay.
The case analysis can go.
Flash is a table so that you will tell us how we arrive at conclusions. That is a serious one. With this, how do you use this to take those beautiful conclusions?
There is more to it. That's what I'm saying. It's because we are given 10. They say we should use only 10 slides.
Give us an insight now. Give us an insight on how you based on this to get those conclusions.
The conclusion was not based on just this one. There's a lot. That's why I'm saying that when you go to the details of the paper, you see a lot of them. Because time series analysis that we did, we look at the profits, profitability of the banks, pre and post. That's why I indicated that pre-imposition and post-imposition performance is there. It's in the main paper. That's what I'm saying. We use profitability and so many other financial variables to be able to do the analysis.
Okay, let us see some of these things. Let us see the specific objectives. That's another serious problem. Specific objectives after this. So look at the B. Examine whether there is negative or positive. You can't write like that now. Look at the third one.
That's why I said I will amend it and remove the negative or positive and just examine the impact of minimum capital requirement on the survival of the banks.
Look at the third one, how lengthy it is.
Okay. We'll amend it. Thank you. Prof, are we okay?
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your incisive comments. We would have loved to continue, but it looks like time is not a friend at this stage. Lunch is also beckoning. So I'll use my discretion to give my good friend, Prof. Twala, Just give me the mic to say what. Then after that, we call it a wrap.
Okay. Actual thanks, Chair. I'm going to be very short. Dr. Coleman, I think my question is just a comment. I think I've seen in terms of your presentation, I think more focusing on the legal education part of it. But one particular thing when I found legal, let me call it legal practitioners, I think most of the emphasis is around the white man's law. But I don't see anything. I think to me, I was going to see something that is related to, and I don't know if there's an African law, indigenous law, everything. But I'm just saying, I think part of the issue of sustainability going forward also needs to issue now to say, how do we infuse our thing? Instead of perfection, the white man's law that is actually there to say, look here, we argue on the white man's law as if it's us who invented it. I'm just saying, maybe in the future, let us see something like that, especially when we're presenting in Africa. When we're presenting in Europe, I've got no problem. You can say whatever you like. But in Africa, I would like to hear something about Ghana, to say from the sustainable legal education in Ghana, what are the things that from the perspective of academic yourself you are infusing? Okay, thanks so much.
Beautiful comment.
I have 2 papers on, yes. So actually I have 2 papers on infusing African traditional values into our laws. And these are some of the issues that I've dealt with. So with customary law, for instance, in terms of our legal education, it was more or less from the tangent of oral tradition. So we did not really formalize it in terms of the teaching and learning until the 1992 Constitution of Ghana came in, that it is now a major source of law. So now in terms of teaching, customary law is an important source of law and teaching that we have in Ghana. But Prof, it's a very important point that I feel I need to mention. So one of the things that I did last year, there's this project by the Research Center for Private International Law, and they are developing an African principles on contract law. Then what I did was, with these principles, it actually took inspiration from US and mainly Europe and some Asian principles and all that. So I came up with this idea of how we can infuse Ubuntu, for instance, into contract law. South African Constitutional Court has attempted to do that. Now I'm going on that tangent of, for instance, the value of Sankofa in Ghana. These are issues that our courts haven't really dealt with, and it has to now emanate from an academic standpoint. So the point you are making is very, very important. From a sustainability standpoint, we need to always contextualize our legal education and training, and I strongly believe in that.
Let's give our presenters a rapturous applause. Thank you very much for being such wonderful presenters.
All right, so you're going to take a photograph with Prof. Abdullahi Salifu Asuru, and then right from here we'll go to the cafeteria to have our lunch. Please, it's 30 minutes. And when we turn, we wrap up, and then we say bye-bye finally. So please bear with me. Photographers, they are taking their photo, their group photograph, and then from there, we'll move to the cafeteria for our lunch. 30 minutes, please. Please, 13. Let's put our hands together for them once again. It has been quite